There we go. Yay. And I'm gonna keep using this model for a while. Oh shit, actually that reminds me I need to do something. My channel. I need to probably change something. I need to add some stuff. Oh, I'll do that. I'll do that after stream. I'll do that after stream. It's fine. I need to add the credits for this. But in other words, it's time for me to finally start a case I haven't played. I can do a chapter select? Oh, I think I already do that. Put some glasses on. Oh, shit. Hold on. Scooching back over. It'll take some time. Oh, fuck. What in the Order in the Phoenix is this bullshit? What in the Detective Conan is this bullshit? Is Kay dead? Does I have voice back? Can I talk? Can I read the words out? I don't want to risk it. So I'm gonna keep it quiet for now. Although I annoy myself, I'm probably gonna talk during the like cornered parts, but that's fine. I like how they make him out to be a threat despite the fact he's solving their fucking mess, which is probably the reason why he's a threat, but I don't know anyone except that stupid committee say you're problematic. That's a word that probably didn't exist as much when Ace Attorney first came out. I mean, it existed, but not in the context of the terms it is now. Hey, why don't you become a defense attorney? That is true. No more instant noodles. The game's audio and like it's hiccuping a little bit. Okay, that means the game is hiccuping or just the audio is. That looks like Maggie. No, it's not Maggie Bird. What is that? Florence Needle, like needles, like a, oh my god. Florence Needler. Hertz Hospital. That's not the, no, the Hardy Clinic is from the other games. It's like the clinic, not a hospital, okay. I wonder who they could be picking in. What the fuck? Public Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, plain as day. What, 8 hours of sleep each night? You gotta feel for them. 8 hours of sleep is good. It's more than I get. Someone sister came in yesterday. Girl, you said so she's been in here since he came in yesterday, and I said she's only been in hospital for a day. It's not that hard to figure that out. I have to go name my home address. Oh no. Oh no. You know what? Hot take. Hot take. Shot in the dark. That's not K. I'm gonna be wrong. Probably gonna be wrong. Hey, yeah, don't be mean to someone who has amnesia. Don't be, if someone has amnesia, you don't take it out on them for not remembering who they are. You're not the person who I remember. Of course they're not. But don't say that. Yeah, we probably shouldn't. Think of the gloves that just the kind of person that like that would wear. There's something on this part here. You've never committed a crime in your life? Yeah, that probably. Yeah, okay. Here's the badge that I have. Like someone I know used to have one. Somebody important. Or she could be recalling you. But I couldn't remember her. Couldn't like recognize her by her face and how she looks is kind of interesting. You lost K 2 days ago. Okay. No, I want to see what other items she had. Chairman Ninja Mask. A letter. That's important. A ticket stub. And a fake flower. Why is it so slow for this? Okay, we got the big building. This is the one I want to look at. Don't worry, I'll make sure you get your precious thing back, Rosie. Huh. (4/4/7/28 p.m.) Use limited to day of purchase. That's gonna be important. Non-refundable. Probably not gonna be important. Okay, just let her stay forever. We gotta jog her memory. The ticket is only valid on the date specified. Should go find the scene of the... Would they call it a crime at this point? Okay, so we go back to the Hood's hospital at some point, probably. And this lady really does like giving shots to people. A little concerning. At least it means he probably has experience doing it, so. All offices inside the viewing platform up top is the only part that's open to the public. Okay. I'm still coughing. What? Oh shit! It's the guys from the Silver Steel Samurai case. That's the second case, right? I think so. No, that's the third case. Because the first one's the Frank Saw hit. The second one is Maya Fey getting killed, and the third one is Steel Samurai. And the fourth one after that is DL6. Oh, I would hate the wind being strong up here. Oh boy. I don't want to be in a high place with like strong wind. Okay. I still can't be sure if you've ever been here before. It's so high up and the wind is so strong. It's terrifying. I don't remember. I just don't remember anything. It's no good. I'm so sorry. It's okay. Take your time. I had to press everything here. I'm just gonna have to figure out what to do.
Hold it! Hold it! Hold it!
Does anything stand out to you at all? Setting the cherry tree. Viewing platform, tree stand. Okay.
Hold it!
Someone's walking one way from beyond it. Okay.
Hold it!
I'm beyond it.
Hold
No,
it!
we got some information out. Okay.
Objection!
Okay. Ooh, that was close. Is the fact that you can't be walking from beyond the contestant stand because that's the edge of the building? Are you standing? Anyone you saw on the other side of the contestant stand would have been floating in the mid-air. Holy no, boy. No red raincoat. Person in a red raincoat can walk on here. Santa Claus! It's Santa Claus! Santa Claus in April. A body? What the what? What? Whoa, 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 what? Community for Prosecutor Excellence Chamber. If that's the body, I was supposed to be here? You were supposed to be here anyway today? Fine. So how do I get updated? Oh, 50th floor committee chamber. Okay. Okay. That is one old looking lady. My grandma. Is she the owner of the building? Or the director of the... Okay. Sounds like the owner anyway. Don't you old fogey me, you dang the reprobate. I like the cut, that's Granny's jib. Now don't get a dang thing more to say to none of y'all. You go on about your business, you hear? As long as that business don't involve messing with the deceased's body, I got work to do. Whoop. See, also Corona, huh? The fucking Cade? The cute animations in this is great. So we're mission to investigate. Yeah, we can look at the scene of the crime, we just can't look at the body, I guess. Do. To K Faraday, so is that to this K? Okay. This case is going to be the K to bringing her memories back. Holy shit. That's a lot of blood. You know who's gonna have a fun time with this? Judge Gavel. She's gonna be like, how dare someone say, how dare someone commit a crime in the presence of what she calls it, the goddess of justice or something. Okay, but how do they die? Close and moved it for some reason after committing the murder. There's also like weird blood that's like inside the platform. I guess we're not picking that up, huh? It's a Paul Halik original. Oh, interesting. I heard someplace that a lot of good artists are either geniuses or eccentrics. Oh, so no wonder they had a huge interest into the Power League Artie Frost case. You know, because of the fact that they wanted to maybe make sure that maybe they knew that this Power League guy was like not a good guy based off the case, and then they were like, oh, like we gotta protect his image though, because if we protect his image, then like the statue that we have, its image is protected, and that means we're protected. Okay, let's go to my roommate who came in. Books. What's that book, sir? Book me more recommend that good book. I haven't read a book in ages. Honestly, I need to get back to reading. But the problem is I have so many movies, so many TV shows, so many video games, so many other pieces of media that I have. I have books on my flipping dresser that I have that I just need to read too. Even books I'm borrowing from like my roommates and stuff. Man, the door's loud. I got chewing out of my life in the library back in the day for wedding laps inside of it. Yeah, and that sounds like a typical gumshoe move. Get a special key code to enter. Okay. Okay. Remember the committee, they found it when they arrived for today's hearing. Okay. Is it gonna be? Oh. Oh. Okay. I know that voice anywhere. It's Frank Kama's logo. Do you two know each other? Was she in this game before this point? Hold up. Was she? I don't think she was. Hold on. Like Long Z was in for like a split second in the second case. But no, she hasn't been here, huh? Giving everyone the recap just in case they somehow didn't play 3 Ace Attorney games and 1 Ace Attorney investigation game. There must be some kind of international angle to this case. Wait, it's still on the smuggling ring from the first game? Oh, the game screwed up the audio again. Hmm. Remember where I heard about you now, you dang varmint? Soon to be ex-prosecutor. You know what pisses me off is everyone's so cool with Franziska von Kammer, and be like, oh, she's like, they're like, oh yeah, sure, head, look at the body, everything. When she is way more fucking like ends justify the means than Edgeworth was, and her father is the guy who taught him, but everyone gives him shit for being kind of like von Kammer, but she's literally his progeny by blood. Expect to receive a full explanation when I grow you later. Ah, there's the old whip. My father lived to judge the whole world in my name. That's just common sense. God. Okay, I go back to talk to you again. Okay. I'll talk to you. Well, I've talked to you enough. Semicircular desk. Oh, next to the round table. No, round table? No, that's incorrect. The knives of the brown table. It's like Team 4-star bridge. They're just like hyperbonic slimes chamber. Hyperglycemic slimes chamber. Oops. Let's see what Gumshoe has to say for one. Something being picked up in the mic and I can't tell what it is. I can't tell what it is. Why is the mic picking up something? Huh. Hold on, let me try something. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Let's put on just a smidgen of noise reduction. I don't know what's going on. Kind of weird though. And the weird thing is, it's like not picking up. I don't know. That's super weird. Anyway, we'll keep on going. That's gonna bother the shit out of my ADHD brain, though. Okay, now it's good. But the victim is even starting to look like her to me. That was a weird conversation. Talk to Francisco. Would I still be here if I didn't think I could deliver? Mm-hmm. Oh no. Oh no. She's gonna be like, oh, I need to take you off this case. No. We at first think there. Oh. Oh my god, she's gonna be Eustace Winter. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, this is gonna be so good. If she goes easy on Eustace Winter, I am gonna be upset. I don't imagine her to be whipping him, but she's gotta at least be like, what is this guy? Oh, don't say that, Gumshoe. You can get yourself whipped. Only a foolishly fool, foolishly pries into another person's business. Gotta say her foolish lines. Spare the whip, spoil the child. A whipping time saves 9. She uses whip like SpongeBob uses Wumbo. God damn. Oh, hold on. You want to see my badge? Ooh. Yeah. How could I let that happen? I wasn't even around. I have no good answer for that. I wasn't around. She didn't call me. Oh my god. Even Francisco's even stunned. That's cute that she's worried, though. Well, look at the body. Tell me about yourself. Aw, what a nice grandmother. Best corner in town. You can spot a cause of death in seconds and get it right every time. People, stop buttering me up. Mr. Smarty Pants. It's folks getting in my danged way. Okay. I could use some rest and relaxation actually myself. Which I kind of already had this past week, but still. Gumshoe, you are not healthy. Yeah, nothing on earth would convince me to spend a night in a hospital for pleasure. I would never want to be in a hospital full around sick people if I wasn't sick or visiting someone who was sick. Or working there, I guess. Look at the badge that I have. What the? Wait a second. That's a prosecutor's badge, right? I've seen a few of them be revoked. Oh my god, is she on the table? Imagine do not walk around with their parents' business cards in their pockets. I have my dad's in my wallet, I think. You never know. Maybe someone may need something that my dad does, so. And last but not least, let's go talk to the body. Ooh. Oh my god, she looks like... Ugh, what the hell? I'll give me a heart attack. She looks like Maya? Is it Maya? She looks like Maya. Oh boy, that would have been... interesting. She looks like Maya. She also looks like, what's her name? The prosecutor. Even 30s, he's wearing a white suit. Okay, there's the candlestick. She was killed in the chamber with the candlestick by suspect X. Oh, I didn't even notice the puncture wounds. Wow, what a good detective I am. Candelabrum. Interesting. What's more interesting to me is the fact that even if she got killed up at the top right there, and she's over here, how come there's no blood? Was she killed and then the blood dried out and then they moved the body afterwards? Did they keep the candle butt inside of her body after they killed her? No, that makes no sense. Because if they did that, because a lot of times more blood comes out after you take the weapon out of the body, right? That's what happens in like murder cases. So you bleed, and just in general, if you get stabbed with a knife, if you keep it in, you don't bleed as much. But once you take it out, then the blood comes out because it has more of an exit wound to come out of, right? So there's a huge pile of blood, pool of blood, above here by the gods of justice statue. which implies that she had blood taken out of her there, which means that the cannula bar would have had to be taken out. However, there's no blood after that fact, which, I mean, maybe it was taken out, she was left there, she bled, and then they waited for it to dry, and then they took the body? That makes sense. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. All right. A serious burn to a hand at some point. It's got a key card. What does it open? Well, we know what it opens. Okay, well, okay, it's got gloves. There's buttons on the wearer's right hand side. On the woman's code tradition, the buttons would be on the left. Interesting. Uh-oh. Yeah, my neighbors have to stop playing music soon. Shit. Okay. This book. Oh, it's a promise notebook. Yeah, what the fuck? What is it doing there? Wait, promises. I'll make sure you get your precious thing back. Never take things from a stranger, never go stranger. What if this was the precious thing? What if she lost her promise book? He said something precious to Kay had disappeared from the station. Governors went missing from the police custody. They looked at it for everywhere, but no dice. Why did it turn up here of all places? It was the only thing of any kind of name on it at the time. It's a magnetic fabric. Okay. Oh, okay. Aim this right. God damn. Oh. There we go. Any evidence? Judging by its appearance, I'd say that the flower Kay was carrying originally belonged to the victim. Now that you mention it, it does look like it's made of the same fabric, which is gonna make her a suspect. Let's make a closer comparison. The torn edges match up exactly. You've got a heck of an eye, sir. Oh, I'm not looking forward to this. The flower belonged to the victim. This implies a connection between the victim and Kay Faraday. Furthermore, it appears that the flower was torn off with considerable force. If Faraday was involved in the incident somehow, and based on what we've seen here, we have no choice but to treat her as our main suspect. Yep. Yep, even Angela's like, we can't. There's no way we can disprove this right now. We're simply considering all the possibilities. Isn't that right? Okay. Am I forgetting anything? That boots, the fur, the whole club was looking at her. She hit the floor. Look how fabric was torn. I think it was pierced by something sharp. We know where there's the thing down there. A change purse. Sure, have us another word for pocket. Okay. Alrighty. Well. This will be the last thing I need before we go on to the next part of this. I imagine the victim's keycard probably grants access to this room, wouldn't you? Let me go find out, sir. I'm back. They found some details on the keycard in the security system. It's for this room, just like you said. So the victim was able to enter and exit this chamber freely. Assuming that the keycard actually belonged to her, yes. Indeed. Okay, I think we have all the information that we need. Yep. Oh, that was an easier one than usual. Is someone you may have murdered, but that's all we can say for now. We said may, not has. Is it winning time? It's winning time, baby! With a winning smile and a #1 name in the business, it is I, Prosecutor Eustace Winner. And his mommy. You knew the victim? So really it is her. God's justice would guide us to the truth. The one that has blood right below it? Whoever this will live to regret it, I'll show them. Oh, let's go! Let's go, Von Karma! Whip his ass! Seats in this case is Rosie Ringer, attorney at law and member of the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. Which means this case will be solved in... Little boy, hold up. 19, oh, he is 2 years younger. Let's go. Let's go. This guy, I don't exactly like the fact that you whip people, but go ahead with him. Autopsy report? Preliminary findings. Okay. I'm with a bowl of noodles right about now. I'm also hungry too. I had like some Thanksgiving leftovers, but I'm still hungry. Maybe grab like a piece of roll or something. I'm gonna have some Hawaiian rolls. The wound on the head is from she fell off when she died. I didn't even consider that. The blood could be partly from the pool of blood could be from her head and not from the stabbing. It's very kind of you to share the coroner's findings with everyone. Should leave it there. I want you to strain your voice. In other words, don't give out too much information. Stab wounds to the chest, head injury sustained post-mortem. Okay. Oh my god. You are really quick to do like guilty until proven innocent. I don't remember anything. So maybe I did do it. Maybe I killed that poor woman. I just don't remember. Yep. No, we didn't confess the sins. Is that she said she may have done it. God. What is your shit, Verity Gavel? What is your fucking shit? With Francisca Von Karma, she's got at least Manfred Von Karma as her biological father. There was no hope for her for a while. Like, it makes sense that she's a fucking perfectionist who just like punishment. And she's still kind of bad, but she's working on it. But Edgeworth, he's got his whole entire thing of villains must be, you know, prosecuted because I basically need to take revenge for the fact that my dad was murdered. And defense obviously is not the way I want to go. Also studying under Manfred Von Karma. With Goddard, it makes sense because he was just like, I need to be able to do this, and came back to be a prosecutor to be able to avenge my girlfriend after, and also avenge myself from getting poisoned, right? All of those, right? And with future things, they're just chill for the most part. For the future attorneys that you guys haven't gotten to, but I have gotten to, they're chill. But with this specific judge, she's just got a fucking boner for justice. But I don't understand. If we intend to MSK, could you at least explain your grounds for doing so? I, for one, certainly don't intend to yield until I've seen some evidence to support your accusations. Okay. Because so far, all you have is them being at the same place, the item there, and the promise and the K notebook. But that's not enough to say there's no motive. Other than the fact that they know each other, there's no motive. Murder weapon, you got that. And that's it, really. Kill the human race because someone has to win it, and that somebody is me. Okay. Okay, that's... Okay, you're forgiven. Oh, I'm gonna... Hold on a second. I'm just gonna... Oops, I did that wrong. I need it. Oh, I'll just screen share that some other. Oh, I need it. I'll see if I can just. Control F1. Oh, I can't do Oh, it's not Control F1. That's what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking the wrong thing. I want this. There we go. I'm capturing that image for later because that's a funny goddamn line. Hopefully it worked. I'll check my Gazo later. Or get check it now. It did not work. There we go. There we go. I'm keeping that for later. I had someone, they call it the human race because someone has to win it, and that somebody is me is a wild statement to make. I won this race too. I saw it before anyone else did. Kay Faraday is the murderer, and no doubt about it. She stuck into the green chamber looking to do some of her trademark great thieving, which means that nobody but her could have killed Rosie Winger. Okay, but the key card. Yeah. What a total mess. All right. Well, in the event that you do. Yeah, she actually considers K-Fair to be a friend, so I cannot fuck this up. All right. Okay, I want to press this up, please. Two major flaws in the statement you just made. I'm the world champion of not getting confused. So, you know what? Yeah, well, it's okay. It's okay. He contradicts himself. He thinks too much of himself. He's just like people in real life. Oh God.
Hold it.
Why is this guy so fucking narcissistic? Before I even heard about the case. Okay, all right. So we took committed chamber looking to do some trademark thieving. Okay, well, first off. Okay. Do we have anything about the key card? Found in the committed chamber, victim hand, postmortem, Labra. Okay. Which has blood on it, so we know this was used for at some point. Even if it was just a disguise, a real murder weapon or something, because that's sometimes what they do. It's just they leave the murder weapon there, quote unquote, but it's actually a fake murder weapon, and the real murder weapon is another item that was put in there first. There's been at least 2 cases, I think, in the past I've done something like that. I know one off the top of my head, which is the last case of what's it called? Of the first Ace Attorney game. I'm taking to your professional conduct, in fact, Mr. Edworth. Could you prove that she needed this file badly enough to steal it? That's a good question. So hold on for a second. Okay, it's not too enough now enough to pick up, right?
Overruled.
Why did I just imagine Palpatine talking right there? Oh, you'll be afraid to find that the 10th star is still operational. Whatever the fuck that he says. Oh, there'll be no need to go into that. That won't be necessary. We can even badly to steal it. Oh boy. My code of conduct.
Hold it.
Nobody but her could have killed. Nope. Then might I suggest you try looking into other possible suspects with all due haste. That I believe would be the winning approach here. The winning approach?
Overruled.
Nope, gavel, shut. According to the reports we received, the police have found no signs of anyone else's involvement. The accusing case based on that alone. A little tenuous even for you. Suggesting that there are other possible suspects when there clearly aren't, isn't? Okay, so let's start off with okay. She snuck into here. What could do for trademark great thieving?
Objection.
Okay, well, how does she sneak in here? She needs a key card. They're gonna be like, oh, she snuck in here without the key card and then left without taking the key card. That's what they're gonna say. What can I say? Winners know where winners go. I'm number 1 and number 2 and number 3. Oh, come on, man. In other words, the majority of your work is second, if not third rate. Why do you always have to make fun of me? Because it is like almost like destined to make fun of you, man. You just make it too fucking easy. You take it as a slight if you wish, but the fact remains that you seem unfamiliar with this key card. Who do you take it for? Of course I'm familiar with it. You need one of those to get in here. Wait for it. Don't you? You've no shame? Mr. Winner, do you really even suspect K? Of course I do. She did create as the killer. And perhaps you can tell us how Kay got into such a secure room as this without a key card. They're gonna be like, stole it. A masterful summary. As we know, the only members of the committee have key cards, therefore only they can enter. So, well, she's gonna make the argument that Gavel knew Kay, and that she invited Kay into the room, and then Kay took the opportunity to kill Gavel, or something like that. Oh, sorry. She's gonna tell you that Rosie brought Kay in. That's what Gavel's gonna say. Gavel's gonna say that Rosie brought Kay in with herself, which has happened before in a previous case. It's happened before once again in the first game. I'm seeing a lot of similarities to it. Is this, and then Kay turned on her and killed her, and then fled. Precisely. Please take a look at this. I had security pull the data earlier. As you can see, the door of this room was open at 12:52 a.m. with Miss Ringo's key card. Is that open to leave or open to close? We cannot know for certain, of course. But who's to say the culprit didn't enter the room with Miss Ringer? See? Because what happens is in the last case of the first game, there was the evidence room, and they had the evidence log that showed off the record of keycard record of going into the evidence room, and then we figured out that someone went in with somebody else, and then the victim went in with the killer, and the killer killed the victim there, right? And I think they're gonna say the same thing happened here, but now we know it's not true, right? So I'm guessing it's at 10:15 p.m. Whoever that person is, whoever that user ID is the killer. But my question is, why? And then kill her over some sort of subsequent disagreement. It's certainly a plausible theory, but that's all it is. For one, it would require the victim and her murderer to have known one another. Kay didn't know that woman, I'm sure of it. About that, please reserve such a thing. That's pure speculation on your part. There's no place for guesswork in the courtroom or at a crime scene. Hard evidence is what required. Listen, that you have said hard evidence to support your theory. Evidence that Kay Faraday and Rosie Ringer knew one another. But of course. After your letter, Dr. Hertz found in the victim's chest pocket. You planned this. Yep, that's why she kept him quiet. If you have to rely on withholding evidence until a specific point in order to try and trap the person that you're talking to, then you must not really have that much faith in what you're saying. Thanks so much for agreeing to help with my plan. We can both get what we want. Good luck on getting your revenge for what happened 12 years ago. Okay. Oh, but we're gonna fucking combat this. I wanna make sure you get your precious thing back, Rosie. Because we have a letter, and then we'll pose it to the notebook. Thank you, Eustace.
Hold it!
We're not done yet. I still have questions. You better have answers. Alright, go. As a letter more than adequately proves, Miss Faraday and Mr. Ringer were acquainted. It seems Miss Faraday had asked for Miss Ringer's help in a plot of some kind. But whatever reason, their alliance must have broken down. Miss Ringer lost her life as a resulting disagreement and thus had one last card to play. The letter she kept safe in her left chest pocket, which spells out the name of her killer. Bullshit. Okay. Hmm. Okay. So more ugly clues. Miss Verde and Miss Ringer were acquainted. Okay.
Hold it.
What exactly was the nature of their relationship? Miss Ringer's corporation, as the letter says. I think this more adequately describes it, don't you? Now, as I was saying. Okay. As for Miss Ringer's part of some kind.
Hold it.
Oh. The letter implies a theft. That was written by your friend Faraday, making no time suspect. Anyone can forge a letter. It's not conclusive proof or anything. Okay. She's on sabbatical. Oh my god. She took up stealing again and simply chose to keep it from you. Okay. That's a bold thing to say. The lines must have broken down.
Hold it.
Objection. So some of the evidence would seem to point to Kane's involvement, but none of us anywhere near conclusive.
Hold it.
Okay, we'll press everything first. I wouldn't be so sure. For one thing, it doesn't mention anything resembling a murder plan. We want to hold a flame to reveal the secret writing. Don't even do that. And we don't need it to, not when we have. The letter she kept safe in her left chest pocket, which spells out the name of her killer.
Hold it.
Huh, okay. On the left side of her chest, next to her heart, in other words. Get the heart's desire that the killer be brought to justice. The fact that you said the letter was in the victim's left chest pocket. If champions were to stab with the killer, I think that might prove to be a very important clue. Okay. Okay. Was the left side of the Confederate court hunter.
Objection.
Interesting. So the victim kept the most vital clue of all closest to her heart. How very touching. The voices of the dead fight to be heard, and even then they don't always reach us. But her voice rang loud and true, and it told us that Miss Faraday is her killer. I think you may have misheard her, Your Honor, or perhaps an evil spirit was trying to mislead you. Take that back. Perhaps we should try listening to the words of the coroner's report instead. By all means, if I recall correctly, the victim was stabbed in her left side. Yep. Yes, I'm afraid so. You claim the letter was found in the victim's left chest pocket. Why was she was stabbed by the candle holder? Indeed, 3 punctures to the chest and yet none to the letter. Miraculous, no? Well, Judge Gavel, how do you explain that? Because I can think of one explanation. The letter was deliberately placed there after the fact in order to cast suspicion on Kay. Someone went through a lot of trouble to create the crime scene we see before us. And that someone is the real culprit who almost certainly also forged this letter. It's clear that the culprit intended to frame Kay by means of that letter. And you fell for it hook, line, and sinker. No, Faraday did it. The letter was in her other pocket. Yeah. Seriously? The whole left chest pocket thing was a mistake. Whoever reported it must have meant their left. Don't be foolish, floundering, you foolishly foolish fool, or you're just that incurably foolish. When you keep whipping me and stop making fun of my deductions. Get fucked. There, I saved you the trouble of disciplining him. Yes. The letter is stained with blood, which suggests it had been placed somewhere on her left side. Therefore, I doubt it was some sort of mistaken report, unless the report was given by you. No objections? Good. Then allow me to continue. So we have established the existence of a second suspect. The murder had to get in here, remember? Who else could have gotten the part from Faye and a ringer? Also would have needed a key card. Judge Gambit proposed that the killer entered the room together with the victim. But what if there was something questionable about the very basis of the theory itself? This piece of evidence points to another suspect than Kay.
Take that!
Look again at the keycard record. I would say record. Keycard record provided by Judge Gaffel a short while ago. As already noted, the victim's keycard was used at 12:52 a.m. But you will note that someone else's keycard is also listed. A mysterious person who could have entered beforehand and lay in wait for the victim, you mean? This other person entered at 10:15 p.m., so it's certainly not outside the realm of possibility. Except I'm afraid it is. Where's your evidence, Your Honor? My evidence? I am the evidence, Detective. It's your number? It was my key card. There's nothing suspicious about a committee member entering the chamber as I please. Is there? Perhaps not, but that's also not the exonerating evidence you seem to think it is. Unless you can also prove that you yourself didn't murder your colleague. He got you there.
Overruled.
What utter nonsense. What would I have to gain from killing her? I am sure you know how I'm going to answer that, Your Honor. I believe further investigation will shed light on any motives you might have had. I'm a faithful servant of the goddess. Why would I ever resort to an act of crime? I use my keycard, that much is true, but my reasons for entering this room was far from questionable. Then perhaps you'd care to tell us why. I had business here in the committee chamber. There were certain preparations to make. Sounds pretty suspicious to me. It's preparations about my case. Edward's case. But I am sure Prosecutor Edgeworth can make the educated guess. To relieving me of my badge. That's enough. It's good to keep our skills and tongues sharp, especially when they're young, but that'll do for now. Who in the... What the... Who are you? Bro, it takes me back to the days of my youth. Chairman Witter? Okay. I understand. I understand everything. Okay. Uncle Witter. Used to sit on my knee and shout, Uncle Winner, Uncle Winner. Oh, that's embarrassing. Man, the door is goddamn loud whenever they do that. It's practically the right hand of the goddess herself. Former Chief Prosecutor, current Chairman of the Committee of the Prosecutor Excellence. I'm an Exilius winner. Father to this idiot boy, among other things. What the fuck? Fuck, son of poop. I wonder if he's gonna say, oh, my wife died 12 years ago, which is about that case, the revenge case they mentioned way earlier.
Objection!
Oh, you've forgotten that we just discovered about the letter. You fucking suck up. You've been paying mommy to this guy's fucking son. What's your angle, Gavel? Are you trying to become chairman yourself? I think you've made all your cases very clearly, all except for you, Eustace. I wouldn't dare call someone a suspect without evidence or a motive. Maybe he's the red raincoat guy. He has a red coat, red jacket. Is he just looking at the fuck? The prosecutor's office needs this case cleared up as quickly as possible. Time is precious. We have so little of it, and there are so many other cases. All right, Miss Carey, time to come along quietly. It goes down to Mr. Edgeworth loses badge. You'd use his badge to shield yourselves. Oh, how the committee too has fallen. I'm sorry. Sorry for being a criminal. Become an attorney and fight for those who can't fight for themselves. But now my fate is tied to this one tiny badge. One tiny badge against the life of a dear acquaintance. There's nothing to weigh up here.
Hold it!
Objection. Ain't no way. I am returning it. From this day forth, I'm a prosecutor no longer. Let's go. It's the prosecutor's gambit. You're giving it up just like that? You can't mean it, sir. Tell me you're kidding, please. If you're not a prosecutor anymore, then what does that make me? I have one duty and one duty alone, to pursue the truth. Believing in being a prosecutor means that I turn a blind eye to the very truth before me, and I will gladly shed the title to be free. I'll carve my own path, what I believe in. I won't let my search for the truth end here. Are you waiting for the Von karma from me? Or she's not happy. Say what you will, Francisca. You won't change my mind. So you're leaving me behind again. I'll never forgive you for this. Never. Become a defense attorney, Francisca. We can do this together. Come on. It's not my fault. You stay right where you are, detective. I'm not a prosecutor anymore. There's no need for you to do that now, detective. Simply focus on your job and do what you can. I try. There's no worry, sir. We'll set up a cordon. She won't get far. It'll be very disappointing in you if she does. Uh-oh. I got you a little stun lot, huh? I didn't expect that. I swear, if she's at the end be like, I was just testing you in you. I believed in you all along. I didn't think you'd actually do that. I'll be like, you bitch. Give me a second, actually. I am going to grab a snack. Okay, I've returned with some pretzel bites and some Powerade. Powerade Zero, because I want to be at least somewhat healthy if I'm eating all these. Well, that's loud. Pretzel bites. Oh, yeah. Which are probably stale now, but it's okay. It's okay. Can this, like, stay down? Can you, like, stay down? Please? Do it for me? Thank you. All right. Hey, it's Mr. Fender. Just what I need right now. A murder in the committee chamber, I'd call it a happening, alright. And with your hearing being okay today, I thought. Yeah, about that. Alright, I explained it. Yeah, even if she remembers this place, she's probably feeling guilty about being here, so she's not gonna be here. Where would she be? And she never harm a fly, let alone another person. Okay, let's go. Oh, she really is like his assistant when I think about it. Already. There's ideas about where she can be, and you can't walk around the street shouting her name because he is a suspect. So go back to the source. We go think about how she lost her memories. We'll never go back to the building. And maybe you can give your face the good news on the way. That's a weird way of putting it. I hope Fender doesn't get killed, or just revealed to be some like killer or something. That'd be bad. Oh, this is nice. Oh, hey, what's it called? The Heinz, the Hertz people are here. First step towards proving Kay's innocence is to figure out how she lost her memory. Okay. Do what we're good at, huh? I suppose I should be grateful there's at least something we can do. Dude, I tell myself that every single day. It's the lovely ladies. What are you two doing up here? Well, seeing as we came all this way, we thought we might as well enjoy some cotton candy. What the heck are you doing here? Looking to get yourself in even more hot water? Don't worry about me, Dr. Hertz. I'll be just fine. Whatever you say, Mr. Soon-to-be ex-prosecutor turned ex-prosecutor, saw that coming a mile off. Wait, what? You got fired? As I said, you need to concern yourself with my affairs. If you say so. So, oh, how's Kay doing? About that, have you, checked the TV? Uh-oh, did something happen? Maybe I can help? How about an injection? No injections, thank you. A jab it's not give the world troubles to pay. If it did... No, that's called hard drugs. Never mind. And there they go leaving. Steel Samurai isn't on today. You were checking the Steel Samurai? I mean, we are in the big building. Of course, we'll be close to the clouds. Is that one on his forehead? Wait, if it's not Pegasus, it's not a unicorn, it's an alicorn? Is that what they called it? It's been a while. Contradictions. I mean, it's possible to have a horn and also have wings. A certain show proves that to me. It's the cherry tree. Cherry blossom tree. I wonder what's called it. I wonder to call it cherry blossom. Okay. She was pushed and fell. I highly doubt that she was pushed off of the cliff. Pushed off of the building. So probably what happened is that she was pushed into the tree and then got knocked out. But that still doesn't explain all the bandages. Which would suggest that she was pushed over this railing here. Interesting. To try really hard to go tumbling over the edge of it. Saying anything so terrible she didn't want to forget. The gumshoe they hand would do a few more choices on for the occasion. Look at that. Okay, interesting. Oh. Oh, okay. That's interesting. What? So I had to take... Okay, whatever. Flying in the way that make you a criminal, okay? Perhaps you meant to say laying low. Yes, that. Nevertheless, I doubt people will look kindly on a suspect haunted the site of a previous crime. Supposed crime. Surely you understand that even in your current state. On top of which, while you've been playing hide and go seek, I've been worried sick and frantically trying to find you. God, he really is like a dad to her. Or at least an older brother. Of course I am. Now, what were you thinking coming back here? Do you think your amnesia would excuse your recklessness? I came to try and help you get your badge back. I thought if I can get my memory back, I might be able to remember killing that poor woman. But if I came back to where I lost my memory, maybe I could. There's one thing you haven't lost, you know. The ability to surpass my expectations at every turn. I couldn't be more certain now that you're the Kay that I know so very well. However, I don't appreciate you being so reckless. Do you hear me? I'm sorry. Seriously, Miles, you're killing me here. You were banking good guy points, then you went and blew it by blowing your top. Good to see you, kiddo. Glad to see you're safe. Come on, bring it in. No, okay, no. That's the spirit. Not now, Fender. Trying to lighten the mood. Taking advantage of an amnesic girl to try and get a hug out of her. Shame on you. Please continue the hunt for a young woman known to have been present at the crime scene. She's considered a prime suspect, and please say that no effort has been spared to try and track her down. What's the plan? Looks like the clock's ticking down and fast. It's only a matter of time before they find us. Yeah, really, can't get any more. I can't get any worse for Edgeworth. Yeah, go Three Musketeers and Gumshoe, featuring Francisco from the Devil May Cry series. He sure does. Yeah, he can lose his badge as well. He looks like when he walks and how he does, he looks like what's his name? Is it Jigen? Who's the one who has the guns and the Lupin like anime and stuff? do you prefer? Sorry, I just can't call anything. To the moon over the soldier as they came closer and closer. Someone who says well over the mysterious figure's shoulder. Interesting. Keep feeling like there's something that's on the edge of my memory. If it is, it could be the clue we need. Alright, just let it float to the top of your mind and say whatever comes to your thoughts. Alright. I'm seeing, it's very faint, but I'm seeing a small restaurant. There's a counter and some seats, and there's this incredible smell. Beautiful golden soup, not too thick, and it tastes just right. It's filled with delicious noodles. They're firm, but not too firm. And that's when I thought crossed my mind. I'm going to order another bowl. Don't make me hungry again. Used to say you were the second great thief Yadgarasu, a noble outlaw dedicated to stealing the truth. Do you really not remember any of that? Oh, I think you're right. I was a noble. Not a noble outlaw. Okay. So we're gonna present. Oh, I no longer have my badge. Person. In a way, it appears to be a total conflict. The letter wasn't handwritten. It's hard to say correctly quoted. Interesting. How does that react to this? Wrap it on the leaflet. One person will clutch at a straw. So maybe it's not yours. 7:28 p.m. Wait, hold up. 10:15 p.m. I'm just ready for the driver, please. I need to think a little bit. Wait a second, that makes no sense. So she has a stub that's from 7:58, which means that she would have to have been here by 7:58, which means that she was waiting until almost 5 hours. Only 4 hours? 7:28. And the time of this was 12:52, so it's a 5.5 hour difference almost. Interesting. Jamming Ninja? Actually, good point. Oh, do they actually have us? As you can see, they still have hard work up on the 50th floor. That's what made the Prosecutor accessible to better hearings. That's right, there have been people walking by the windows all evening. There's one serious investigation. To make our chances of getting out of here with Kay any rosier. Ha! Funny because the victim's name is Bosie. I'm a poor mysterious customer, Mazuina, but I'm no spy. Okay, whatever you're thinking, quit it. I can tell it doesn't end well for me. Must go there, seen it, but anything that catches my attention. This is broadcast live. Big building in real time. Okay. The camera's far away enough and it's dark enough that I think we'll be safe for now. Okay. Woke up on the 50th floor. Wait. That's not right. Yeah. Hold up. In this picture, the 50th floor is the top one. So either there's 51 floors, or the lights are on the wrong thing. But yeah, it's this. How many floors does this building have? Easy, 50, right? And I want there's a few feet above where the committee works is the ugly little scheme. The place where starry-eyed young romantics come to wish for everlasting smooshy times. But then, what's that dark space above the 50th floor? The gloomy underbelly of love? Wait a minute. Exactly. The committee chamber is supposed to be on the top floor, directly beneath the viewing platform. But actually appears to be located one floor below that. So, clearly contradiction in the supposed fact. Maybe whoever wrote the pamphlet made a mistake? Somehow I don't think so. Call me crazy, but yes, there appears to be a hidden 51st floor. That's where they keep the gloomy underbelly of love. I heard you didn't need to take it quite so literally, Kay. You're the house you could take this more seriously instead. Have you met me, Miles? That might be easier said than done. Okay, there's nothing else here, I think. Live this. The tree. Am I done here? I think I am. The time is right, I'm assuming. Okay. We have 4 of these now, right? Where was Kate standing? She was in a cherry tree. Is there 51st floor? It was in the moon. It's the same part of the sky tonight. Okay. It'll be 51st floor. We'll put a rod behind it with success instead. Until the moon is shining over the shoulder of the person in the red raincoat. It's the same part of the sky tonight. I'll do this to work together. But I guess not. Okay, that was just a... Thinking back over what Kay has said. The person in the raincoat appeared for her on the direction of the concession stand. But it implies that she was pushed off the railing on the side opposite the stand, so she wouldn't see the moon over her shoulder. That she could see the moon over the person's shoulders, but when we checked this now, the moon was in a different location than expected. Kay claimed it was currently in the same spot as the sky as the night of the incident. This was a position to the moon and the person in the raincoat and out of alignment with the story. I think her memories may have become confused somehow. What's more, if she really had been pushed over that railing, she would have never survived the fall. If I must conclude that she may not have been falling where she thought she did. Okay. You may have fallen, Kay, but it couldn't have been over the railing. Because if you had, you wouldn't have been alive now to tell the tale. But I definitely remember standing under that tree. If I was pushed, the only way I could have fallen is over that railing, isn't it? Not unless the ground opened up and swallowed you whole. The ground can just open up like that? Nope. My bad. Doesn't joking matter. Sorry, kiddo. But it may also be closer to the truth than you think, Fender. Let's take another look at the ground in that area. There's a chance you might have missed something. Okay. They could have fallen over the railing. Where else could you fall? Geez, I wonder where she could have fallen. What's this? Looks like a service hatch. Hey, do you think you could have might have fallen down here instead? Nah, you'd never be as clumsy as that. I'm sorry, I just can't say one way or the other. My bad, kiddo, just another one of my silly musings. You don't have to take me so seriously, you know. I don't? Never? Maybe not never. I told you to keep... What if I told you to leap lyrically into my arms? Don't you dare! It's a prank, bro. Okay. You gotta go to the 51st floor. How has no one noticed a floor between the 50th floor and the viewing platform until just now? You got me there. Kind of hard to hide a set of stairs going up to it, if you ask me. That's precisely it. Things like stairs are not normally out in the open, going unnoticed by people seems a bit implausible. This can only mean the 51st floor is no ordinary floor and can be reached by ordinary means. You just have to reach it through extraordinary means, right? Now that's the K I know. I don't know about extraordinary means. Maybe let's go for unconventional? Indeed, consider if you will the hatch we found by the cherry tree. What would you expect to find on the other side of the hatch? A room of some kind, perhaps? A hatch, like it's like Lost. A secret room, now you're talking my language. Let's go take a look. Wants to be another dead body down here. Yeah, first try. What the? Ammo? What the fuck? Okay. Pedro called me up in a panic. He said you bats fell off the big building, and that K was in a man's suit. And did Gumshoe? You just leave to go to Europe a few days ago? One of your professors. So I'm interpreting. Interesting. That's an interesting way of saying that. With your body language, like the Little Mermaid. This is the other way around, I'll have you know. A defender, attorney-at-law, and senior partner at Edgeworth & Co. law offices. We're just shuffling her into the fucking hatch. All right, we'll explain everything later. Let's go into this. What the? Oh. Oh no. Oh. Wait, there are only two ways this can go. One, this is evidence. Two, this is the smuggling area. The hidden 51st floor really is being used as a storeroom. I did indeed. Where to even start? And blah 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 blah. Seems you've gotten yourself into a real pickle, Mr. Prosecutor Attorney. I'm not an attorney or a prosecutor anymore. Well, whatever you are, I think it's time for science to lend a helping hand. Don't worry, I brought my entire kit with me. Well, if you're sure. Are you kidding? I live for moments like this. Here, let's make this all official. Good working with you again, Mr. Edgeworth. And you, Miss Guy. Then there were 4. We got 6 people on my side. So come on here first, and then we'll go down. We should look for blood. First off. Electroshock therapy is probably not a good idea. Dedication to one's chosen field is a student's greatest responsibility. Yeah. Good thing I did that in college. Glasses battles. What? Glasses battle awarded. I got an achievement for whatever. Okay. Okay. Not much you can do. Oh, okay, whatever. Do you like jamming, Ninja? Okay, fine. Okay. I think that's the most we can get out for you for now. Some items on display here are from pieces of evidence from old cases of mine. It can be evidence like this is stored in the police department. They don't keep stuff at prosecutor's office too. The case is ongoing, yes, but once the trial has finished up, it's supposed to go right back to the precinct, unless there's a very good reason for it to go elsewhere. Yet here it all is. Labels with numbers put on them. Is that the amount? But none of this stuff could be worth that much money. What the fuck? Yeah, from the case that turns green, the ink that like is there for the forgery for the cash. Perfume. It's the one that what's her name had. The body. Yeah, this one's weird. Know so much about the Steel Samurai there, Edgeworth. He's young, but you can sense it nonetheless, a certain tragic refinement. Oh, that's what case is from. That's from this game. Huh. How did he wind up here? Oh, and one gives the present a broken toy to begin with. Interesting. So this room is actually more of a stock room? It would seem so, as much as it pains me to consider such a thing. What kind of person sells off evidence from serious criminal cases? And who would even want to pay for all this stuff? Somebody, clearly the price tags are proof of that. People really will collect anything, huh? Fascinating. This is from that case we just did, I think. Wait. Gotcha. There's this, I remember there being a star thing here. Where did that thing?
Eureka!
The outline in the dust matches the bottom of the candelabrum exactly. It's a hard word to say. I'd say there's a very strong chance that this. Why is it so hard for me to say shit today? I'd say there's a very strong chance that this is where our murderer took it from. Which would mean the candelabrum was evidence from a previous case. It certainly seems likely, but that's not our concern right now. The key thing to know is that the murder weapon was taken from this storeroom. I'm surprised I didn't update the... Well, nothing in the safe. Did this. Did these. Did this. Okay. What if Edward was involved with the case or something like that, that like put an eye on him, and then they just keep on, someone's trying to bring me down, and that's just Judge Gavel. Maybe this is Judge Gavel, but someone's trying to bring me down, as we're down. So anything that catches my attention. Oh. Kay was carrying a jamming ninja mask when she was found, but it looks like it might have been originally from this hook. Scientifically speaking, that doesn't seem like a crazy hypothesis. Which would mean that Kay was really here. As you put it, it's not a crazy hypothesis, but why? Why did she come to steal something? Did you come to steal something, maybe? There's all kinds of stuff here. I think it's too early to jump to any conclusions. Yeah, lacking consistency. Now, what are these? These are case files from various murders. They should be safely under lock and key at the courthouse or the prosecutor's office, which would suggest that somebody removed them without permission. Okay. The fuck is that? That's Captain Saipan. These are some weird mask designs. The students of Starry School. It's about elementary school where the students are all superheroes. Like My Hero? Oh, they want elementary school students. They're like high school students. Also, speaking of My Hero, pour one out for Horikoshi. Having a really mediocre at best final chapter, and then releases a final chapter that fixes like 90 to 80% of its issues. 80 to 90%. I straight up changed my anime list from a 7 to an 8 on My Hero Academia just from one chapter. Team Steel all the way. The Pink Princess. Okay. Such from a previous case. Lotta? What the fuck is Lotta Hart doing here? Is this like the Avengers of fucking Ace Attorney adjacent people? Man, Lada, your skin got a little bit lighter there. I don't know about that. This here's camera is a weapon of justice ain't about. You know what? Let me check something. I don't think I have to restart it to do this. There's a way to do this. Oh, I'd have to quit. I'll look it up later on. But I'm curious to see if an old version looks like this as well. Edgewise. Yep. I'm not talking to you. A lot of banknotes. This is Monkey. Wait, which case was the Mrs. Monkey? Was it the case we just did? What the fuck? Hold on. The case with that Mrs. Monkey's thing wasn't the last case. It wasn't the case with the amusement park. It wasn't the airport. When was that? Oh, was that an Ace Attorney case? Hold up. That may have been an Ace Attorney case. Or was it the Steel Samurai case? And wasn't, oh, maybe it was the Steel Samurai case. I think it was, yes, because it fell over into the middle of the path and blocked off us from getting into a specific thing. That's what it was. Holy shit, that's old. I'll live for it. She can remember something. Mr. Storm was damaged in distress. It's got the lot. You at least try and take things a little more seriously, Fender. Hey, I can try. But seriously, I'm as keen to help Kay out as you are. She's safe with me. You go do your thing. Okay, well. That picture. I know that picture. The picture in the back. That's what, what's his name? The guy who killed Maya Fey was bribing, took Mr. Grossberg's painting. I think I got everything here. Yeah, I think I got everything here. So let's go top of the ladder. Us who should be asking you that. Me, I'm in it for the truth, for the good of society, for little me, of course. What do you may call a photographer for the people. Snapping here, snapping there, snapping, snapping, snapping every danged where. Let's leave you to it then. We can talk once you get down of your system later. Well. Evidence is being sold. Not just evidence. Evidence from my cases was being sold. We've seen items of old evidence marked with price tags along with a huge pile of cash. I think it's pretty clear that somebody has been running an illicit trade in judicial goods. Shady dings in a hidden 51st floor? This is big. This has to be right. I think it might be, but we'll need to investigate a little further yet. We need to find out about what's going on here. Only there was eyewitness we can interview. Eyewitness, huh? Where we find one of those? Why exactly are you here, Miss Hart? Me? I told you, I'm in it for the truth, for the good of the society. And for little me, of course. A photographer for the people. For the people? If you won't tell me the real reason you're here, perhaps I can hazard a guess. Somebody was carrying out an illicit police evidence trafficking scheme here in the storeroom. Oh, so she's after Juicy's story. Makes sense. How do y'all figure that out? Guess it means I don't have to tippy-toe around it anymore now. One of my sources told me the down low about an underground auction. What? So all the items here were sold to the highest bidder. Folks were slinging money around like it was going out of fashion. I had to come see it for myself, of course, get eyes on my subject, you know. Should have heard the tales my contact was telling, taller than 2 trees or so I thought at first. Anyhow, wasn't about to write it up based on hearsay anymore. Alone. So yesterday I snuck in, slunk behind this here statue, waited in to wait. Bidding started late at night and carried right on through the break of dawn. So the murder happened on the same night. Coincidence? Dirty deals in secret storeroom, talk about a story. Was there anything else on sale apart from the items of evidence in this room? Sure, there are regular old stuff too, shady artworks, who knows where, that kind of thing. So it's not just for the evidence, it's also, this may have been the smuggling ring. But evidence was the big draw for Sir. Reckon they were selling them faster than the crooks could smuggle them out of the cop and prosecutor shops. I bet you got pictures of the whole thing, right, Miss Hart? Well, you see, the main event was down below. I had to try and see what I could from up here. I've been up here since yesterday. I assume you witnessed the entire auction from start to finish then. It was an underground affair, like I said, so folks wasn't exactly giving much anyway. All them customers came down one at a time from up on the roof there. I'm gonna get this thing as a piece of evidence. This diagram. I threw on masks just as soon as they got down the ladder, and that ain't all. They had voice changer doodads on them, see? Teeny tiny ones, dinkier than a bug's behind. And so you can't see the real faces, and you couldn't hear their real voices. Surreptitious as all heck. That's a word I've never heard. Oh, surreptitious. I sure do. Sweet surreptitude. Anyhow, once they had their gear on, they went right on downstairs. And then in came the next one. When it came time to leave, they all done the same, but in reverse. Up they came again, one by one. Mask back on the hook, up the ladder and away. That's a serious operation. Okay. A selection of various masks was kept on rack. Each participant in the action wore one. So all the bad guys wore superhero masks? Wow. How many participants were there? 11 altogether. I counted them when they came down the ladder. Okay. Alright, cool, goes through Suicide Valley. I didn't just hide behind a stupid statue the whole time, you know. You didn't? Then where were you? When I first got here, you know what? That ain't important right now. When I watched all them folks come in from my spying spot there in the shadow, you were watching behind the statue. They used their elevator to get down below. And once they was all down there, I snuck up and took me a peek at what was going on. You mean the elevator remained in the room beneath? No, they sent it back up, but there's a little peeky hole if you know where to look. Elevator don't quite sit flush with the floor, see? If you bend down and squint just right, you can see the whole shebang. Did you catch sight of who was in charge? Alright, sure, I guess I did. Ain't half so good a story if you don't get a glimpse of the evil ringleader after all. You mentioned a ringleader. Can you tell me any more about them? Y'all should know I came here to get me an exclusive. And an exclusive ain't much dang good if you done spilled the beans already. I see, so you don't actually know anything about them. You think that's why she won't give us an answer? Makes sense, I guess. You got me. Couldn't see it if it was a man or woman, or a kid or an old timer, nothing. What were they wearing? Could you see that at least? Sure, white jacket, white gloves, and magenta flower on the label. Uh-oh, them three things is what I remember. What's good at description of an iPhone if I don't get a clue of who was wearing it? So this ringleader disguised identity too, just like everybody else. Yes, sirree, mask, voice changer, the whole 9 yards. They were wearing one on the mask? Which one? Let me see. Oh yeah, this guy, Servan. What name is that? There's so much about you never heard of Servan? He's global hero Ani Capone's arch nemesis. Who hasn't heard of Servan the Time Lord? So you didn't get a glimpse of the face at all. No, I damn well didn't, which kind of scotches my scoop. This whole mess has been nothing but a snipe hunt. I should never come. Okay. Someone's just that maybe I should try showing that evidence to Miss Hart. So the ringleader was wearing a white jacket, white gloves, and magenta flower, correct? Sure did. Don't ask me why they was dressed up like a peacock on a parade day, but they was. Is this the outfit you saw? Holy smokes, it sure as heck is. But wait. The big cheese is dead? All we know is that she is the victim in the case we're investigating. Her name is Rosie Ringer. Do you know her? What if someone dressed her up like that after the fact? No. That's too much work. Oh, well, that's complicated. Maybe. We'll see. Holly thinks she did to fool you specifically, but setting that aside for now, what's important is that we discovered something vital to the case. Meaning that the underdog auction was chaired by none other than our victim. If somebody done bumped off the boss, huh? Then that's what was happening. Then what was happening? Oh, nothing at all. Y'all just go on about your business now. No offense, Miss Hart, but that made you sound about 5 times more suspicious. This is my foot. I told you it's nothing. If you won't get nothing more out of me than that. Wait, so there is more. How many dang times did I tell you it ain't nothing, okay? And I ain't saying nothing neither way. You can tell just a little more, could you please? I tell you this, okay? I'm a journalist, a news hound, a scoop hunter, you hear? Exclusive items go out, money comes in, that's how the game is played. Tell you more, heck, I done y'all too much already. Wait, what if I examine some fingerprints for you, pro bono? What kind of cockamamie thank you is that? I'd sooner get a tooth pulled. You want into, you go dig it up yourselves just like I had to. She ain't gonna talk to either of us. Oh, she will. I'll handle things from here, Emma. There's a certain technique I find useful when dealing with the difficult customers such as her. It's chess time. She may not give up the information voluntarily, but that doesn't mean she can't be persuaded to. Grabs gun. It's like cuts like chess time. I just has him with a gun. It's like an instant win. Only 3? Okay. to try to cut the conversation dead whenever possible. Holy shit. What? Holy shit. Damn. She is a tough cookie. Wait. It was a very particular turn of phrase, similar to your own, in fact. Her name is Tabby Lloyd. If I had closed my eyes, I could have believed I was listening to you. She told me about someone she called the Chief. I want you, wasn't she? Oh no, you don't. You're getting a good side of bringing her into this. I know your apprentice well. I saved him from being arrested. What's about scoop? Got a scoop. Jeez, he takes up so much health. Okay. Professional journalist making a clear slip of the tongue. You have a scoop, don't you? Now tell me what it is. Woo! Okay, round 2. What? Oh, I'm going for it's a crime. Let's not mention the fact that I handed in my badge, shall we? Right? There's folks there who done way worse. Do with a homicide. I'm just talking hypothetical, like. Let's hope to proceed with this line of questioning. Training for an underground auction only stands to a reason that you reserved something. Otherwise, what do you have to write about? If you didn't hear the sound of nothing, does that mean you did hear the sound of something? Or something during your time in this room? With a millisecond left. With a millisecond left. Holy shit. It wasn't important, but it must have been. Otherwise, why remember it? Oh boy. Oh boy. In fact, I believe it was a cry of a murder victim. Alright. It's true. I wound up smack dab in the middle of a murder scene, but only by accident. That's all you're getting out of me. It wouldn't be no scoop left otherwise. It's a very valuable piece of information indeed, but you should fix it by confirming the credibility of a claim. I'm about to tell you, sorry, I mean, could be. You can even get my facts right half the time. Yeah, don't have a clue for that. Less than anybody, honester than everybody. I to put my clue, I thought you were honester than everybody. Got it right. Wait, you heard that? Talking to myself. Don't think about the other. Time to apply my clue here. Whew. That was scary. She was the toughest customer I've had so far. But you've been keeping something from me. That something is proof. Proof related to the murder you witnessed. Proof sound enough to form the basis of a story you're hoping to sell. And that's checkmate. Whew. Mind test complete. Can't believe I let that happen, betrayed by my own big mouth. Well, it happened, so it's time to tell us everything. I saw the whole thing, watched that action from start to finish. But you didn't just watch it, right? You took pictures too. Yeah, about that. So like I said, I was spying on the whole thing right from the get-go. They were all shouting about bids, and then somebody win, and then somebody wins something, and bam, down comes the hammer. Head on upstairs and pay, starts the old ringleader, and then the whole thing starts over again. Anyhow, as soon as that happened, I had to think quick. That's when I ran behind their statue and hid. And who was it that eventually appeared? Didn't see nothing, but heard something that made me pretty sure it was whoever placed the winning bid. A sweet, sweet, sweet sound of cold hard cash. Anyhow, the deal was you settled your bills up here. I heard two people yabbing for a little while. Two people came up on the elevator. You betcha, my guess is the other one was our friend, the wing leader. Anyway, yabba yabba yabba, on it goes for a little while, then a scream. That shook me up pretty good, so I hunkered down in the hiding place and tried to stay out of sight. You didn't see the moment of the murder, nah, but I heard it real good. You didn't try and help whoever was being attacked? Quit trying to be funny, girlie. It didn't suit you no more. Just a dainty little journalist all on her lonesome. You think I was fixing to jump in and save the day? Anyhow, it's so dainty. Anyhow, there was a bunch of rustling sounds. Right about when that was happening, I got a feeling pretty bad about what I'd done. That makes sense, I guess. After all, you didn't remember to get out my camera and snap even a single picture. Scoop like that drops right in my lap and I miss it. Somebody ought to tan my hide. Anyhow, then a little more time goes by and then there's this kind of clattering noise. I'm here thinking, gotta get the shot this time, and so I grab one real quick from the shadows there. Can we see this photograph? Do I have to? Here. That's the person in the red raincoat, the one who attacked Jay. So Kay's raincoat is saying that also attacked the victim here in the storeroom and proceeded up the roof where they assaulted Kay. There's only one person in this picture. Where's the victim? Weird, huh? I wondered the same thing. Heard two people, but there was only one in the shot I got. I didn't see nobody nowhere else in the room either. But that's the killer, alright? Leastways, I'm pretty sure it is. Victim disappeared. How did you know that it was a killer just by looking? Because they were literally hand-handed with blood. How else would they get there, huh? Could it have been her? Could she have been the red-headed person? Or why would she... Auction just carried on after that? Sure it did. They went right along like nothing had happened. Which folks is crazier than a bunch of frogs. I'll never understand how they think. What if that is Ringer? And what if Ringer had, well, it was just Rosie, and what if Rosie had burned her hand and that was what the came from? Actually, even after the murder occurred. That's it? That's all I get from her? Alright. This room was the actual scene of the crime. Then you expect the body to have been up here at some point as well. Well, yeah. But think back to what Miss Hart told us about how the customers left the auction, do you remember? Of course, they came up from downstairs, back through the storeroom, and oh, exactly, the killer would have had to hide the body in order to avoid his discovery. The question is, where do they hide it? You don't mind putting your skills to work for me now? I'd love to. You just say what you need and I'll get right on it. Very well. I'll let you to check for blood residue, a Lumina test, and other things. Sure thing. Compared to where's the power of science? Never seen someone's eyes actually sparkle with anticipation before. Alright, how about we test the ladder over there first? Based on Miss Hart's picture, it said the person in the red raincoat was about to climb it and make their escape. Which means there's a high chance of positive result. That makes sense. The scenario, just press A. Let's play a little liminal. If it happens to land on some blood, you'll see it react like this. If you're a super rider, see it appear like that. Anyway, that's a positive, but it's still faint. Spraying it a couple more times should be enough to make it really stand out. Yeah, that brought it out nicely. It made it feel that much more real. Anyway, I think you got the gist of how to look for blood traces now, right? I'm sure there's still some more to be found, so why don't you give it a try? And that's how it's done. We will look around and see if we can find some other places to test with the luminol. Want to test there? Yes. Oh shit. But how could it have gotten there? There's still places we haven't tested yet. Let's see what else we can find. And there's definitely probably blood over here. Negative? What? What? How come? Oh, because this is what the murder actually committed? Body was put into the box. But in the closed box can only mean one thing, that this is where the body was hidden. I'm certain of it. I wonder who won the box in the auction. I haven't the foggiest. It's a very helpful discovery. I just hold your horses there. There's no way the body could have been in there. What do you mean? I took a look at that there box when I first got in here. Looked to be just about the perfect size for a little high gold seek if the need arose. Maybe it would have been if I could have opened it. But it's wrapped in chains and locked up tight. Ain't no escape from all of this. The murder happened just a little after I scoped it out, so can't nobody have put no body in there. Wrapped in chains and locked up tight, you say? That's odd because it doesn't look to be wrapped in chains any longer. Huh? Well, slap my head and call me silly. Could have sworn it was, though. I think we've examined all we can now. Wait, time to see what's waiting down below. Shaking a leg already, are we, Miles? Okie dokie, hey, K-Meister. Yes, Mr. Fender, we're about to be ready to move out, so I wanted you to stick with me, okay? Can't have you getting lost. Of course, I'll be sure to stay close. Ding! Well, that confirms one thing. They talked about the blood dripping down there. And I was like, oh, the blood's dripping down. Maybe it landed where the statue was. This room. This is the auction room? No, this is the committee chamber. We can't do this. This is going way overboard. What she said. Miles, this is looking good, I gotta say. See how the blinding light of justice shines on me. Oh, let's go, Francisca! Let's go! Why do you get gumshoe? You have to forgive me. I meant to hit a certain cowardly ex-prosecutor. Meaning at him, you're aiming straight at me. Something keeps getting in my way. Something. Check. Foolish. Right there. That's this guy. So, what are you doing here, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor? I still believe Kay to be innocent, and we're supposed to care what you believe. You no longer have the right to an opinion. I am Francisca von Karma and I have no intention of stopping here or not. But you chose to stop by giving up your badge, and so our game has already come to an end. My badge was an obstacle proceeding along the road I've chosen. I haven't stopped, I've simply cleared the way ahead. And now I'm free to follow that road all the way to the truth. But don't you think for a second that my conviction has changed. I'm every bit as dedicated as I ever was. You seem to think you know what lies at the end of this road to truth. In that case, I demand that you show me. I'll explain my current theory first, and if your road fails to lead anywhere, my whip will happily guide it. The victim used her keycard and entered the chamber with her killer. She was then stabbed with a cannon by the culprit and subsequently died as a result. We know the identity of the murderer thanks to the letters she exchanged with the victim, and we know the location of the murder is here in the committee's trial chamber. About that. Blood on the floor of this room proves my theory. Game, set, and match miles. QED. What's the last piece of evidence we gained? Okay. She seems pretty confident, huh? She doesn't lack the courage of her convictions, that's for certain. I gotta say, I can dig that vibe. I can even give her a... Oh. Okay, I got this. I got this, folks. I may take a little bit of damage, but I got this, folks. This is like one of the easier arguments I've ever had against you. Do we?
Objection!
Oh, you got me. There we go. There we go. I just hit the wrong statement. That's why I said we may take damage. I was at a 50-50 chance and I lost it. Like a gotcha game. If I remember correctly, the blood discovered in this room was located at the foot of the goddess Desh's statue. Murder under the gaze of the divine, a brazen act even for a cold-blooded killer. Except that may not be true at all. Take a look at this if you would. There's a blood stain we discovered in the stone directly above the committee chamber. As you can see, the blood we found looks to have dripped through the room below. An elevator it dripped down from descends directly to the foot of the statue. Ah, you noticed, then you agree that the murder cannot in fact have happened in this room. I put it to you that the victim was killed in the room above and only afterward was she moved down here. The goddess of justice did not witness a murder. She witnessed a killer trying to cover their tracks. Oh, she's thinking back to the plane case. There was far more blood here in the reading chamber than upstairs. That's true. As a type ever, Francisco, you played right into my hands. You are correct. There is far less blood upstairs than one would expect. The question is, why? A trifling detail in the face of my previous explanation. Alas, your explanation doesn't account for why there was blood in the storm in the first place. Surely you don't think some spider managed to shoot itself all the way up there, do you? Like some crazy fountain of blood? No way. Oh my god. No way indeed. It's completely impossible. So how about this? Well, this explains the difference in the amounts of blood observed. There's far more blood in the community chamber than in the storm above because the weapon was removed there. The victim died of 3 stab wounds, which is what I said. That's what I said at the beginning. I was like, they probably removed the blood down there because, and then when they removed the blood, that made it look like it was all that way. And then they waited for the body to dry, the blood to dry, and then they moved the body to the way we found it. I called that shit. Exactly, as proven by the amount of blood we found on the floor of this room. But that doesn't make any sense. Not if she was stabbed in the storeroom. We said there wasn't much blood up there already. Silence, you half-baked, half-hairbrained rookie. A stab wound bleeds heaviest at one particular point in time. When the weapon is removed, right? Yes, precisely. I believe the body was brought down to the committee chamber with the candelabrum still in its chest. Then, when it was finally removed, it created the difference in the amount of blood we see between the 2 locations. Well, why? What was the killer trying to do? It was trying to make the crime scene look like it was down there. Imagine they were trying to give the impression that the murder happened down here. Huh, like I just said. As we know, Miss Ringer's keycard was used late last night. Judging by the time listed in the record, it has to guess it was used by the killer when they entered the room to create their elaborate setup. But why would they have needed to do all this in the first place? Perhaps because a person with a face to hide would fear the storeroom being found in the investigation. Also, the good thing about what we discovered in the storeroom is that the whole entire basis for Kay being the killer was just like no one else could have entered this room, right? Well, now we have someone, an eyewitness, aka a lot of heart, who says 11 people were participating in the auction. Let's say the victim was one of them. That's 10 other people participating in this auction that could have killed this person and then brought the body back and not had to use a key card except in order to make the murder scene look like what it was. In other words, Kay is not the only suspect now. Perhaps a person with a face to hide would fear the storeroom being found in the investigation. If they were involved with the underground auction, they couldn't afford to have their dirty secret exposed. Underground auction? You should take a look at the storeroom for yourself. The items up there tell quite a story. One that should be more than explaining what's going on here last night. Almost endearing, Mount Edgeworth, how desperately you want to protect your friend. There's something just beneath the surface of this case, something bigger than all of us. The Kay's only crime was to have a bad fortune to fall right into the middle of it. That's quite the hyperbolic claim, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. Hyperbolic? Me? Surely you're the one making a mountain of my perfectly assessed reasonable molehill. You're working with the Interpol on international cases, so why are you investigating a domestic murder? I'll tell you why, because this case has something to do with the smuggling ring you've been chasing. You follow the trail of items being smuggled by the ring and bound up here. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me that there's something I sensed wasn't related to any of this. I'm very happy to learn that you giving up your badge didn't completely relieve you of your senses. Scruffy here told me about the circumstances that led up to that, by the way. Uh-oh. Under whip. Might help, you know. You did the right thing, detective. So am I right, Siska? Is this incident part of the broader case you're working? Was the underground auction really on Interpol's radar? Wouldn't you like to know, but you don't need to, and so you won't. Then you knew, didn't you? But the auction was being held here in this chamber. Hey, y'all mind if I butt in for a sec? Your victim over there, the lady in the white. You. Oh, yeah, that's right. Hey, let a gal finish, will ya? No good butting in pain in the you-know-what. Well, that leopard sure ain't changed her spots. Your testimony is not required, and neither is your presence. What do you mean? I'm a journalist. You can't... You're a liar is what you are. You lied under oath that one time. Seems like Miss Montgomery's none too fond of Miss Hart, you know. don't think she's her biggest fan, no. What's she called? Ringer, right? She was a member of this year committee, but she's dressed exactly like the winner of their secret auction. What is the meaning of this interruption? Mouse Edgeworth explained. Miss Hart here helped us out by describing how the auctioneer was dressed, and it seems they were wearing the exact same outfit as the victim, Miss Rosie Ringer. But that would mean the victim was also the ringleader? Now, how about we just cut out? It seems to have some new information to consider. It's true that I came here to investigate the underground auction and to arrest its head of operations, the auctioneer. But if Miss Hurt is to believe the ringleader is dead, I guess that means your journey here today was wasted. Edgeworth, you... I suppose it does. Nonetheless, I, Francisco von Comma, I refuse. I, Francisco von Comma, I refuse. Why don't just be refuse to leave empty-handed? Time for a rematch, Miles Edgeworth. By now, subject to your little explanation, that would make the storeroom the actual scene of the crime, yes? In which case, the murderer is someone connected to the auction. But the photographer is to believe the victim was the auctioneer and the culprit was an attendee. The killer lay in wait for the victim in the storeroom where the exchange of the goods was to take place, and then stabbed the victim in the chest with a piece of merchandise, the candelabrum. That's... yeah. And you might have to. There's a serious hole in your testimony. Because I didn't spot it either. What the fuck? What serious hole could it be? The accuracy of the crime, yes. Yes? Murder of someone connected to the auction. The victim was the auctioneer, the culprit was the attendee. I don't think it's this.
Objection!
Yeah. Technically speaking, I could hear that it hurts a lot. I do believe that the victim and the ringleader were one and the same. I do, and the murderer was... Why are you asking her this? You just did the exact same thing yourself. I did, but I was going to confirm it for such reason. And wait for the victim in the storm with exchange of illicit goods was to take place. Okay.
Objection!
Killer was hiding out of sight while they waited for the victim's survival. Things that happened afterward? You might add in that statement to your testimony. It's assumed that the murder took place after the auction had concluded.
Objection!
Okay. Seems you're one step behind yet again, Francisco. How so? The auctioneer was not in fact the victim. I can prove it. This here is the statement Miss Hart gave us. But if she made it, it's not worth the air she used to say it. Damn, girl. Calm down and listen for a second, Francisca. Miss Hart witnessed at least some of the events surrounding the murder, and she confirmed that the auction continued even after the murder had occurred. You bet it did and went right on like nothing had happened at all. How would that have been possible without an auctioneer? It wouldn't. Well, actually, it still could have been. What if someone, took over as auctioneer? The victim couldn't have been the auctioneer, she was one of the attendees. Huh. As I've been saying since the start, there's no way Kay could be the murderer. If she had been pushed down the hatch by her standing and not unconscious by that time. Then who was the victim really? Right, well, if the auction carried on after the murder, the victim must not have been the auctioneer but an attendee. For the popping instructions for rarity. No, you do not call him Celsius. I suspect everyone searching high and low for is right back to where we started. Oh! You're becoming something of a problem, Miles, my boy. I thought I told you, the committee wants this matter cleared up as soon as possible. It's a matter of trust. We can't have our organization be seen to drag its feet. It's bad for us, and it's bad for me too, personally. Sorry, it must be my age. Your unlawful investigation ends here and will not be permitted to resume. In case you have forgotten, you are no longer a prosecutor. You have no authority here. What's more, there is the matter of you aiding and abetting a suspect. He's right, of course, as always. You really are a godsend, Verity. Everything I do knowing. If you wish to prosecute me for it, be my guest. But know this, we have uncovered a new suspect. The person here. Miss Verity was attacked by this person. You can stop right there, Mr. Edward. The Raincoat in your picture was discovered nearby a short while ago. The victim's blood was found on the hood along with some cherry blossom petals. Cherry blossom petals? Like the ones on the roof? Yes, they were stuck to the edges of the bloodstains, probably due to the blood being fresh at the time. The results came back already, my boy, so there's no mistaking it. The person in your picture is the victim, Miss Rosie Ringer. Complete undermines the case. Our assumptions are based on the person in the red coat could be the killer. If they were the victim instead, and Kay remained at the top of the suspect list. Miss Faraday, you testified to having encountered a person in a red raincoat up on the roof, correct? Yes, I did. You know that this person was the murder victim, and you were the only person who knows who came into contact with her. What do you mean, only person? Since one of you wound up dead, we all know how that car went. Kay was attacked by that person. She is the victim here, not the aggressor. As far as I recall, we have yet to see any evidence that proves she was attacked as you claim. And if such proof existed, Miss Ringer could simply have been attacking in self-defense. Acting in self-defense. We can't just come to conclusions like that. Kay is innocent. But I'm not. I'm not innocent. I don't want to believe it, but I remembered something. Hearing about the raincoat brought it back. The flash, but I remember what I saw now. Right when it happened, the murderer, it was me. Looking down, and the person in the red raincoat was on the ground. Fake person! It was a fake person! What am I? Why do I remember like that? This court recognizes the legitimacy of the accused's memories. But you said you didn't believe her 5 minutes ago. Yeah, you fucking hypocrite. I commend you on your bravery, Miss Faraday. It will not go unrewarded. Praise be the goddess judge for her many blessings. As an official representative of Interpol, I hereby request the suspect be... We don't have time for this. You must arrest K. Faraday this instant. How dare you take that tone with me? This is a gross overreach of authority. I demand that you give us more time to investigate. You say my investigation is unlawful, then what would be more unlawful than this? Unfortunately, you no longer speak for the law. Indeed, you don't, but I do, and while I can't help but be moved by your dedication to your friend, have to agree with Verity. Speaking of the law, it seems there's one other we must arrest. Ah, yes, I almost forgot. Miles. What are you talking about? Mr. Edgeworth was just doing his job. He didn't do anything wrong. He wasn't doing squat, by which I meant to say, unfortunately, Miles is no longer serving in any kind of official capacity. You went too far this time, Mr. Edgeworth. You conducted an unlawful investigation. Worse, you aided and abetted the flight of a suspect. You're no longer even an ex-prosecutor. You're a criminal, nothing more. There was supposed to be a hearing today, wasn't there, concerning your conduct. I'll make sure it's officially rescheduled for tomorrow, although I fear I already know the outcome. Look at this as an opportunity to reflect on your actions, Miles. A chance to really think long and hard. This court is adjourned. Oh, that's not going well for us. I swear to fucking God, it's had Judge Gaffel's goal. If they make it be like, I swear I did that so I can like, get closer to him to get the truth. We've got a visitor. Someone named Dick Gumshoe want me to send him anyway? I'm not sure what to even say to him. I was a little resting before people. Forgive the intrusion. That's not Dick Gumshoe. What are you doing here? I was told it was Dick Gumshoe. Imagine you wouldn't have come if you knew it was me. Oh God, she is gonna do this. You may not be aware of this, but you are only permitted to meet with specially approved visitors. Don't be treated like a dangerous criminal, am I? I'm supposed our reputation has rather plummeted. As indeed, for you, of course, and your friends. That attorney and the other girl were raising quite the fuss earlier. I saw them launch some extremely heated words at one of the guards. You may thank the goddess in that regard, for even she is too busy to deal with each and every infraction. They will not be punished for their bad behavior. You do come here to just chit-chat with me, you must have a lot of time on your hands. But speaking of which, Miss Rakam must continue the investigation where you left off. Just like you would like to know, I figured you would be worried about how they were all doing. Let's cut to the chase, Your Honor. Why are you really here? I'm here simply to talk, nothing more. There is something I wish to know about you. Me? Yes, who else? Objectively speaking, you are highly intelligent and quick-witted, and a born prosecutor at that. You Judge Gavel, your sarcastic praises but salt on my wounds. I sincerely mean every word, Mr. Edgeworth. That's why I fail to understand you. Take this latest case, for example. You're up against the very committee itself. You had no hope of succeeding. Even a child could have seen that, and yet... I don't imagine the old me would have ever been so reckless. The old me had power, and because of that, I thought that justice was always on my side. Just as you and the committee believe now. But a certain person changed my mind. He made me reckon with my selfish and skewed sense of justice. A Phoenix Wright Ace attorney, I would say so. And once the scales had fallen from my eyes, I began to look at people differently, so that I was only able to be an effective prosecutor thanks to the efforts of those around me, Detective Gumshoe, the many investigative officers of the force, and even Kay. It changed me. The degree to which it changed me still surprises me to this day. I see. Thank you. I feel that perhaps I understand you a little better now. You understand me? I highly doubt it. Someone who is so focused on forcing their idea of justice onto others can't possibly see what I see. Is that so? Is that what you truly believe? I will say one thing. This has been a very interesting conversation. That is all. Before I go, there is one remaining matter. I was asked to inform you that the date of your hearing has been confirmed. It will be held today in the trial chamber. The committee sends its warmest regards. If that was all you had to tell me, you could have just left a message. And entrust the goddess's words to another? That wouldn't do, would it? Until then, Mr. Edgeworth, I'll see you again very shortly. There's one more case after this too, I think. Damn. Gotta use the bathroom. Sorry, we're currently on toilet paper. Please make the necessary mental preparations before using the toilet. Spaghetti and mac and cheese lunch. Basmati brown rice special. A tidy outside begets a tidy inside. The Die of Destiny game will be discontinued. Inmates will no longer need to roll a die every morning to determine their meals for the day. Aww. Thank goodness you seem alright. To load off my mind. Ah, such a heartwarming scene. It's enough to make a grown man cry. But you're still not your usual cheery. I mean, you have to stay positive, okay? You didn't do anything wrong. In fact, I guarantee you didn't. You have let it go. I'm the murderer. I know that now. But you're not. You can't be. Why don't you have any faith in yourself? How can I, Mr. Edgeworth, when there is no me left to believe in? Well, believe in the me that believes in you. Before you lost your memory, we spent a great bit of time together. I dare say you left quite an impression on me. So you see, there's still plenty of you left. That's why I believe in so much of your innocence. And you should believe in yourself too. See? It would just cause more pain for the both of us. You have to forget her. Forget that, Kay. She's gone. You remind me of my younger self, you know. So noble, so bold. This is the justice you and the committee stand for? Justice? I suppose you can call it that. Well then, my boy, I suppose I should be. Wait. Why is the chairman so tense on seeing Kate charged with this murder? It doesn't make any sense. Choose some rhyme or reason to all this madness. Come now, Miles. I'm a busy, important man. I can't be wasting my precious time talking to you. takes a little time. Let's start by trying to find out why he rushed to have Kay arrested so quickly. This is gonna be tough, isn't it? What do you mean, what then? Fuck me. Oh, god damn it. How much damage do I get? Oh, okay. Okay. I have to wait for him to light this by my time. By my time. What? Fuck, fuck, I hit the wrong button. Okay, watch this. And then do bide my time. Bide my time. Coming along nicely? That's a pretty strange way of putting it. It's almost as if you wanted Kay's arrest to happen. It certainly doesn't sound like the statement of an impartial representative of the law. That's a good you that might just be overthinking things a little. I don't think his investigation was sufficient. Or maybe he does, but for the wrong reasons. Never mind if both of us don't answer. How long did it take to spend the investigation? I'm too happy to derail the conversation right away. I take it. Of course, I'm to take this seriously. You're the chairman of the committee. It doesn't get much more influential than that. I'm gonna insist on being so blunt, but I'm afraid you won't be seeing your prosecutor's badge anytime soon. It's the second option. But coincidence of this mind. Answer the question, do you believe that your investigation was sufficient or not? You have no common sense whatsoever, do you? You don't understand. Your fate rests in my hands. So you do manage to get some answers from me. There's nothing you can do with them. Why give it up, dear boy? Why not? It's simple, because I'm not about to let the truth escape me. The decision has been made. So the case guilt has already been determined from before her arrest. Implying that things haven't gone as they normally should. In fact, everything has proceeded as if Kay's arrest was the end goal right from the very start. Was it? I'm afraid I don't have the time for such flights of fancy. Oh god, the music's picking up. It's gonna get harder. Legality of Kay's arrest. What grounds did you have? Aren't you rude, little boy? My fuse is only so long. Fuck. I don't have the time to waste every last question you dream up. Or you just pretend to be busy, Couldn't even hope to accomplish by putting up such a pretense. I wish I don't want to talk about the case anymore. That's why you're so keen to get out of this conversation, isn't it? It's a suspicion, it's a certainty. There are no clear grounds on which to base Kay's arrest for a start. The mess, the letter, the corsage. Wait, why would the mask be important? Damn it. God damn it. Okay. What grounds do you have? I've brought my time. Boy, talk to me about the case. My time. So I can't counter your argument right now. Do that as a viable slip. Suspiciously detailed knowledge of the evidence against Kay. He read it out of the list like he knew it inside out. Again, my proof proved to be a valuable clue. Who gave the order? You remember the events out pretty well. We order for case arrest. Come now, Chairman Winner. We both know it was you. Whew. Okay, you got me. You make it sound like it was somehow a bad thing, you know. I have a reputation to hold, so I guess I'd better clear up this little misunderstanding. I'll entertain your questions for a few more minutes. Okay. So establish how intimately he knows the details of the case. I wonder if he could be the killer or something. That's true. Yeah. Let's try this again. You seem to know the details of the case quite intimately. Why is that? You know the case file. What? God damn it. Can't take it that many hits. Burn it. My time. That's strange. I could have sworn you just told me you were a very busy man. You don't really give up, do you? Those are unconscious near the scene of the crime. Fuck me. Okay. This. By my time. How busy you were. We had to hear as much as the circumstances over which Kate was found. She was lying unconscious in the storeroom, correct? Those things we did. In fact, he seemed to be aware of the entire detail of the case. You know all the details about this case, including that even you shouldn't know. You know details that even those investing in the scene were not aware of. Why is that? How much do you really know, Chairman? Did you want us to load her down with? Another interesting turn of phrase. Don't let me seem like a lot like the MSK was carrying might have been enforced upon her. You just go ahead and say it. I want to hear from you. Except I know it wasn't her. So she would take the fall instead. That is my answer. I won't let you deny it any longer. Let's checkmate. Whew. Okay. To get a game over. You knew Kay wasn't the real murderer, and yet you still had her arrested. What's worse, you thought you can get away with it. Well, you won't, not if I can help it. There you go with that naivety again, my boy. I guess that was always your problem. The girl arrested and that conviction secured, this whole mess goes away. And that's what will happen. Well, whose interest does a conclusion like that serve? The committee's, I suppose. And mine? You know, listening to you just now, it really got the tears flowing, I have to say. It was poignant and heartfelt and sincere and utterly infuriating. Look, I'm not perfect, I know that, but your lack of sophistication in these matters is beyond the pale. You insist that the truth is more important than anything else. Would you say the same if you knew what the real value of the truth is? What are you trying to say? When you get to my level, you don't uncover the truth, you make it little by little. Hey, Faraday, murderer, that's the truth I created. Yes, my boy, that's what I like to see. You're so sincere sometimes, it's painful. It just makes me want to put you in your place. Knowing the real truth will get you nowhere, because that's how much it's worth. Nothing. Shocking, I know. Why not go after the real killer? How much do you even know about what really happened? You're still not getting it. That's your truth. And it is worthless. Mine is all that matters. You understand what I'm saying, don't you, Mr. Prosecutor? I have all the power here. Curse you. Well, aren't you menacing? You and your little friend are just as bad as each other. Violent criminals who deserve to be locked up. You'll pay for this. And with that, yeah, another person disappears from my life. Oh, it just makes me want to cry and cry and cry. Fair and frank? Bullshit. Okay, just explain whatever happened. You having Eustace be the person to present? Okay. This action was being held here in this very room. Okay. Due to the fact that the action carried on after the murder occurred, due to the deduced Winger was not in fact the auctioneer. You deduced? You know what? Whatever. We'll let you have this. It was overcome by. Person in red raincoat on the viewing platform. At the time when she was killed, Miss Winger was wearing a red raincoat. That was indeed Miss Winger who had worn it. The suspect's confession was the final nail in the coffin. I have no objections, Chairman Winter.
Objection!
No objections in the matter of my unauthorized investigation, that is. Matter of Miss Faraday's supposed good, I have plenty. If, and this is pure hypothetical of course, you were to withdraw your objections, you might wake up tomorrow to find yourself the proud owner of the seat on this committee. That's called bribery! So I ask you again, do you have any objections, Mr. Edgeworth? If you think you can buy my silence, think again. Only the chairman wants his hit. I didn't come here to talk about committee seats, I came here to talk about the murder case. I made a statement under oath, and I won't rest until I have one. I want to know exactly what the committee's view on the incident is. You want to put us on trial, my boy? Alrighty. None whatsoever. Don't worry, everything will be fine, you'll see. The raincoat was one of the items left for sale. So our assumption is that after winning and paying for it, what was about a raincoat? What was it used before? Raincoat was on offer that night? Is that really true? Mm-hmm. Wait. The red raincoat? The red raincoat was from the first case? The one that can turn inside out? Capcom games have great storytelling and plot. Oh, absolutely. Ace Attorney games are always good with their plot. Also, welcome on in. Could you please give me the red raincoat as evidence? Come on. It's reversible. But you wouldn't know that, would you? Good know you used to have some fight in you. Oh, she's probably working undercover. God fucking damn it. She's gonna be like, all of her being an asshole to us is gonna be like forgiven or something. Being a potential buyer. Okay, we're pressing everything. In other words, a member of the committee was actively involved in the legal evidence traded. It is unfortunate. Don't know what else to say. Of course, we'll be looking into such activities just as soon as this hearing is over and done with. Bullshit. I commend your decision to pursue the matter further, Mr. Chairman. Oh, don't be silly, Verity. It's the least we can do, really. Not as any of your business, Miles. Not anymore. You had remained a prosecutor, but you didn't. Now, if we're quite done making an old man cry over this whole sad affair, allow me to continue. It's one of the items for sale. So the raincoat really was one of the auction lots? That's correct. I believe it originally belonged to her sister Shelley, the killer. Considering its status as a piece of evidence, it's the only logical conclusion. As for when he made his attempt on the president's life, this mannequin sitting out on the other end of it for sale. It could have been used to display the coat prior to the auction. Do we know the items were being smuggled in? That's still an investigation that is entirely unrelated to the matter at hand. Especially considering that you will soon officially be prosecutor no longer, okay? My personal circumstances are important right now. Please continue, Your Honor. Okay. Some shows that after winning and paying for it, she left the auction with her purchase. Why did she leave so soon after making a purchase? Because the auction house rules. Winning bidders are expected to pay for their items immediately. This ring of pay for the raincoat probably left immediately afterwards in accordance with the rules. The only exit from this room is, of course, the hatch leading up to the roof. True. Miss Ring was a member of the committee. Could she not have left the committee chamber via the main door? While the auction was still underway, that would risk exposing its existence to those outside the trusted circle of attendees. The rules of the auction said the attendees were to enter. Something smells, it's usually the butts. Well, Larry is not here for this one case, finally, for something, so like, it's not him. I think. It's him, it's always Larry. Miss Ringer had no reason to follow these rules, and given the murder took place, we know that she must have done so. She emerged the viewing platform. That's when Miss Ringer was attacked by Miss Faraday. Why? What possible motive could Kay have had? That's exactly what we are hoping to establish in our upcoming interviews with Miss Faraday. Coercive interrogation after the fact, something you seem to specialize in. Larry has the worst luck. He has the worst luck with women, and he has the worst luck with cases. If the murderer knew that the attendees would all be leaving via the hatch, then the roof would have been a perfect place to lie in wait. That's what I was saying. After she'd emerged into the viewing platform, that's when Miss Springer was attacked. Shortly thereafter, the flame went out, and thus concludes the committee's view of the case. The flame went out. Flame of her life, Mr. Edgeworth, though perhaps her flame was stolen from her is more apt. But the candelabra that extinguished her life was one of the auction lots, meaning Kay had no way of getting a hold of her to begin with. That is, Miss Fairy could not have lain in wait for the victim without knowing the stones existed. She could have snuck down the ladder and stolen it while the auction was underway. If only we knew where the candle holder was during the auction, that would surely clear the matter up. No, well, either of you? Sadly, we don't have anything that could tell us much of that front at the moment. Forgive me, sir, that's something we are hoping to establish through further investigation. Isn't that shame? It seems that this line of inquiry is something of a dead end, for both sides. That's where the murder took place. In other words, assuming the viewing platform was the scene of the crime, that really the case. I thought it had evidence that clearly told the story of what happened that night. Presents.
Objection!
Okay, nope. The blood that's not in that's blood that's the actual place of the crime scene. Okay. Okay. Let's just merge with that. What's in the notes? Sometime late after death, post-mortem, head injury post-mortem, prominent burn mark on back of the right hand. Okay. And auction continued even after the murder occurred. So she wasn't the ringleader. She was just a person there. One of a different hood. Oxygen in which the player hit the body, traces of blood were detected inside. This is basically headed into the storeroom. That's what it is. There was after paying for that, she left with one of her purchases. I'm gonna try this. I don't think it's true.
Objection!
Okay, no, it's not. Alright. Okay. Perhaps you could refrain from insisting into entering otherwise. Alright. Now I've done the two obvious presents that I had. In other words, I had evidence that clearly shows the story of what happened during that night. Double check. So in other words, okay, so the theory is that the victim and the killer met on the roof, and that's where the murder took place. In other words, it assumes the viewing platform was the scene of the crime, but is that really the case, or that we have evidence that shows the story of what happened? Okay, well. Okay, so attend the auction as a potential buyer. Can't do nothing on that. Etiquette was an item for sale, can do nothing on that. It shows that after winning and paying for that, she left the auction with a purchase. Can I present on this?
Objection!
Okay, no. Wait, no, hold on. Didn't Lotta say that?
Objection!
What? That the murder happened and the auction still continued? Oh wait, no, but maybe the murder happened.
Objection!
What? I may have to take a hit for once. This is the second time I've gotten a game over in this game. That's gonna be fine. Emergency view platform. Cross section of that. It was going beyond the concession stand and pushing her off the building.
Objection!
Okay. That didn't work either. Let's review our case. Let's go on this. No, 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 no. Well, maybe the wrong statement. No. She had the key card, but no. 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 Keycard, no. Okay, no. No. This maybe. No. Various selection of various tasks, each one of no. Maybe. The blood is already on their hands at that point. Take it to every instant without her. So the ringleader auction came up on the screen was heard not long after. There's blood on the handle. Oh, okay. I had the right evidence and the right statement at one point, but this wrong thing. Maybe we can clean something up for me. Just Gabble, what is Miss Hart doing here at this hearing? She's an eyewitness. I thought it would be obvious. It can't really be an eyewitness, more of an ear witness, I guess. Heh. She's not exactly the most confidence-inspiring choice to help make your case, is she? I think I choose my allies a little more carefully than you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you should question them more thoroughly because there's something she hasn't told you. Take a look at this. It's a photo taken by Miss Hart. Yes, in the storeroom, correct? What of it? According to your theory, the murder occurred up at the roof. But according to Miss Hart's testimony, she happened to witness the entire incident unfold in the storeroom, just before she took this picture. You're saying Gavel got it wrong. That's exactly what I'm saying. Miss Hart, if I may confirm your account of the events you witnessed that night. You saw the person in the picture, correct? I sure did, clear as day, and with my own 2 eyes to boot. And what were your impressions at that point? My impressions? The set here is the scoop of the century, something like that. That makes sense. I was hoping for more of your impressions of the person in question. Oh, that there's a walking meal ticket? Seriously? That's my little joke. No need to look like me like you done and sat on your lunch. Oh, wait, red cone, huh? Why, I took one look and I thought, that's our perp right there. And therein lies the rub. For Miss Hart to have thought such a thing means when you learn to use your words. With an explanation of the effects that you require, you only need to ask, you know. What do you mean? I assume you're about to raise an issue in the voices Miss Hart heard. Voices that may be unrelated. Unrelated? You can do better than that. Was one of the voices Miss Hart heard really even Miss Ringer's? You're kidding me, right? Them folks were talking crime-related turkey, or my right ain't louder darned heart. Oh, but did you hear them clearly? Can't rightly say for sure, but can't really say nothing, and you know it. They were using voice changes. I done told you that. Precisely, Miss Hart heard voices, but those voices were disguised. This means you cannot even be certain that whatever she did over here had anything to do with the murder. It seems to overestimated you, just Gavel. Nonsense, Verity is the best of us, my boy. The very best. And yet she believes what Miss Hart heard might not have anything to do with the murder? Even supposing that's the case, it doesn't prove the murder didn't happen in the storeroom. The incident happened before the victim was able to go to the roof. That much we can say for certain. I can tell you why. This proves that the incident happened before the victim went up to the roof.
Take that!
Meaning you see the other person in the red raincoat was the culprit. Yes, that's because Miss Hart said as much. Indeed, she told us about the blood she saw on this person's hand, and I doubt many people would have thought differently given her testimony. Ergo, if this person is the killer, then the blood we see would be from when they attacked the victim. But knowing what we know, that this person is in fact the victim, it recontextualizes everything. The presence of blood still shows that the picture was taken after the attack. But now it tells something very important about the victim too. This picture tells us that the victim There's no doubt in my mind that the victim was attacked in the storeroom, but here we have photographic evidence of her standing upright and alive, albeit with a bloody hand. This can only mean that Miss Ringer survived the attack. The blood on her hands is from the wound she sustained. What are you talking about? Who dies from a hand wound? The wound wasn't on her hand, Mr. Winner. I imagine she had used her hand to try and staunch her wound. That's right. While it's impossible to tell from this angle, the victim was already mortally wounded here. That certainly would change things, wouldn't it? It very much would, not least by making it absurd to suggest Kay was the attacker. Her encounter with the victim happened after this picture had been taken, after the victim had already been attacked and was in critical condition. I put it to you that Kay had witnessed was the victim finally succumbing to her wounds. That would have been quite the coincidence. It's a textbook case of wrong place, wrong time, I'd say. You seem to be forgetting a rather important fact, Mr. Edgeworth. Or that or pretending to not remember it. What? What fact am I forgetting? I think it's time to wrap things up, don't you, Verity? Put the boy out of his misery. So me, why do you keep giving her orders? That's my job. You really are a total and utter embarrassment. You're picking to you, but you both are. Go to it, gal. Put Edgeworth out of his misery. As you wish. Dun dun! What you're forgetting Miss Ringer's body was found with 3 wounds in his chest, and we all know what those wounds are from, don't worry. That's right, they're from when she was stabbed in the chest by 3 unkilled weapons. But anyone could survive such grave wounds. If you care to read the coroner's report, I'm sure you'll change your tune. Nicely done, Gavel. Now Edgeworth will have to make several objections. Yes, I'm afraid I will. Why? Why aren't you listening? Oh, I was listening very carefully, in fact, hence my objections. Come on, why do you always have to undermine me? That's never my intention, I assure you. It isn't? Oh my god. Of course it isn't. Yeah, I knew that. Because Please, Eustace, stop. For goodness sake, you've already embarrassed me enough. What do you mean, Dad? I wasn't planning on it, but I'm just gonna finish tonight. Or at least get to, like, another save point. His body was found with 3 wounds in his chest. Okay, give you that. We all know those wounds are from, don't we? Okay, alright. Perhaps we should ask Mr. Winner. Whoa. What's the last part? Prominent burn mark.
Hold it!
Okay. Subjects were the cause of death. There's no doubt about that. But really, the puncture wounds to the chest and the cover. That would seem to contradict one of the pieces of evidence we've gotten. What the heck could have... There may have been murder judging by the wounds to the victim's chest. There are no holes in this. There are no holes in the hood. Edus is so annoyed by both of them. Yeah, he's annoyed, specifically by the son. I mean, the father's not a shining person. But Chairman Winner, you know what this is, of course. The red raincoat. That's right, isn't it, Verity? Yes, sir, the one Miss Ringer was wearing. I warn you, Mr. Edgeworth, you will not be thanked for retreating old ground here. Well, I'm afraid I might have to regardless. Now then, if you answer me this, Judge Campbell, you told us the victim's bloodstains were found on the coat. Do you remember where exactly they were found? Of course, they were found on the hood end. What's the matter, Verity? The hood end? Was blood found anywhere else on the raincoat? No, it was not. Doesn't it strike you as odd? The victim died of stab wounds to the chest. Wouldn't that lead one to expect the bloodstains in that area? And yet, there was blood only on the hood. It's a glaring contradiction if I ever saw one. The head wound the victim suffered wasn't just some incidental injury. It was inflicted before the stab wounds to her chest. Perhaps you're correct. Perhaps the victim did sustain head injury first. As you said, she had been stabbed first. There would have been blood on the chest area of the raincoat. Therefore, Miss Ringer could not have been stabbed before the head injury had been inflicted on her. Even if we concede this point that the head injury came before the chest wound, what difference would it make? How does it change our understanding of the case? I say it changes things a great deal. In fact, it raises even more fundamental contradiction. That's quite the bold claim, Mr. Edgeworth. I have to admit, you have me intrigued. Perhaps you would show me this fundamental contradiction with some evidence. What piece of evidence best demonstrates the contradiction in the order of injuries revealed? Okay. The head wound the victim suffered wasn't just an incidental injury, it was inflicted before the stab wounds to her chest. Perhaps you could track, perhaps the victim did sustain the head injury first. It was been stabbed first, there should have been blood on them. Therefore, it was stabbed and then let's see the point the head injury before the chest wound. Blood was set in the secret ever was dripped to the floor. If you're stabbed before that, off the building. Key card. Stab into the chest.
Take that!
This is Dr. Hertz's preliminary findings, according to which the victim suffered a head injury post-mortem. Oh, it was that simple, okay. But the order suggested by the bloodstains on the raincoat is exactly the opposite, yes. Bailiff, this court hereby subpoenas Dr. Hilda Hertz to the committee chamber with all due haste, which justifies this case cannot be brought to a close. Yes, Your Honor, go fetch her at once. Unfortunately, Dr. Hertz is a very busy woman. I doubt she will be able to come immediately. Meantime, there's another important angle I'd like to explore. Frankly, something has been bothering me about the person at the heart of this case. So-called ringleader, who exactly are they? Yeah, good point. We never looked into that, huh? Despite having been mentioned repeatedly in this hearing, we still don't even know the basic facts that might help us uncover their identity. Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any thoughts on the matter? We've seen nothing that might serve as a clear evidence as the auctioneer's identity as of yet, but there is someone involved with the case that I can name. But at the very least, they might be able to point us in the right direction. And that's Chairman Winner. I demand that you testify as to what you know. Why would you accuse my dad? You would cast doubt on the integrity of the chairman of the committee? Do you understand the implications of such an act? I don't care who or what he is. We're talking about the truth here. And about a man who seems dead set on framing Kay at all costs. The mask, the corsage, the ticket stub, and everything else, the items Kay was carrying when she was found. They were deliberately placed in her possession somehow, by Chairman Winner himself. A shocking accusation, and one I find hard to believe. For the sake of completeness, I must ask, why would he do such a thing? To cut the case suspicion on Kay, of course. Why else? Have you managed to get him to say something to that effect? Chairman Winner, your rebuttal, please. I said no such thing, but the good chairman might be in shock. So what if I did? Did you hear me, dear boy? I said, so what if I did? You say you got me to admit as much, but where's your proof, With no witnesses to speak of, your word alone is hardly enough to make an accusation like this stick. Oh, come on, the way you're saying this, man. Or do you mean to tell us that you have something more to base your outburst on? Mr. Edgeworth, I'm going to have to ask you to explain yourself. That's all right, Mr. Chairman. Not at all. I'll be very interested to hear this for myself. I'm intrigued to learn where Miles might have gotten the idea that I'm some sort of criminal, because you'll never find a more fine and upstanding citizen than myself. Very well, let's start at the very beginning. The fact that the auction took place right here in the hollowed trial chamber is a point of suspicion. Location that should by rights only be accessible to members of the committee. They all have keycards to the room after all. Furthermore, these auctions seem to be held on a somewhat regular basis. And for that to be possible, there can only be one winning explanation. That's right, Mr. Winner, the auctioneer is a member of the committee. But no. What were you thinking? What do I do, Dad? I played right into his hands. You did indeed, you utter nitwit. Miles, my boy, you do realize that you've cast quite the wide net with your explanation. That's true, there are 11 members of the committee altogether. 10 given Mr. Ringer's unfortunate passing, 10 potential suspects in total. Calm down, all of you, please. There are 10 members of the committee. 11 attendees altogether. Oh my god. Oh no. Ain't no way. It's too late to back out now. Yakuza former chief prosecutor and current committee chairman of crime. I would tell you to prepare for the worst. But there's no preparing for what you're about to face. You're forcing us to argue over every little detail for a while now. When the murder happened, the order of the victim's injuries, some other things I can hardly remember. We needn't have bothered, my boy, because it's all irrelevant to the end. Think about it, the suspect herself has already said she did it. That's all that matters at the end of the day, and her sentence will be ladder for it, so rejoice. And there you have it, feel free to pick holes in it as you see fit. He's a very powerful person, isn't he? It's okay. So a flash of something half remembered, okay? Nothing more. But even the me that believes in you. That was a yawn. Mm-hmm. Ooh. It's all irrelevant. Hold it! Hold it! Because you confess to something doesn't make it true.
Objection!
If it goes badly, it would insignificantly weaken your position. But there's no other way. I would only request that I be the one to question her. This turns out to be a waste of time. That's it. Cause proceedings to end then and there. Agreed. She's physically guilty on the spot. You could do just like that. That's the gist of it. Now it's a lot to ask, but I need you to think. Do you remember anything else about what happened on the day of the murder? Anything that might help us prove your innocence? Okay, we went over this. It's fucking okay. You will never commit a murder. You can never, because this is who you really are.
Take that!
You're the great thief, Yatagarasu. A noble ally who would never stoop so low as to kill.
Hold it!
I tell you, don't believe a word of what I've been telling you. It's not that. You. Okay, trying to help me, and you're risking so much for me. It's too much. You have to stop. I'm begging you. So that's what's going on. I thought it was strange, but now I see the reason you're allowing yourself to be railroaded into accepting your fate is because of me, isn't it? Which is exactly what the K I know would have done. You're a good person, Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry to burst your bubble, but I'm not, and I don't plan on becoming one anytime soon, because despite all your wishes to the contrary, I'm still trying to help you. So you see, I've merely been servicing my own ego regardless of what I put you through. This is my decision, not yours. Let's try this again. See the good in yourself, Kay. Remember the noble thief you truly are. That memory of you committing the murder, you need to question it with all you have. That's all I ask. So please do it for me. Cliche movie part she did. A cow. Okay, what can you tell us about this cow? I remember now. The person in the red raincoat, she had it in her hand. Oh. A stuffed cow. I can see it so clearly now. Are you sure, Mr. Fitz? Are you absolutely certain? Yes, I'm sure. And this court acknowledges the defendant's last statement as new testimony. You've lost your mind, Verity? We can't accept testimony like this. With all due respect, Mr. Chairman, information pertaining to the victim and her possessions is new and highly relevant evidence. Need I remind you of the addled state of your memory? No, this simply won't do. Addled? But if we claim her memory is unreliable now, then our own argument is weakened, sir. You said yourself only a few minutes ago that thanks to the suspect's confession, we need not worry ourselves over the finer details, did you not? Were we to call the validity of her memories into question, then we must also call into question the confession on which our entire argument is based. Okay, now we're back on the same page, Gavel. Alright, you're not all wrong. You're right. Is that really the most advisable course of action? If you see fit then. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're still in the game. Only by the skin of our teeth. Only thanks to the Judge Gavel's intervention. Noticed that she was on our side for a second. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, the stuffed animal. I believe the cow in question is this thing here, Your Honor. We found it in this room, and I believe it is yet another auction lot. Wait, that's... You know something, Gavel? No, it's just not what I imagined. Wait. Left one was missing in this hole. Looks like that's where the horn would have gone. Looks like stuffing in there. There's a cherry blossom petal caught in the fur here. Definitely appeared that this was taken outside at some point. Can't say it's doing much for the overall symmetry of this toy. Wait, who said it moves? Okay, it says it moves. Sounds like sand being crushed. Can't have that burn from me. Had to say for yourself. Wait so long for this day, and now I'll finally have my revenge. Someone made a recording of it. That's them right there. Them's the voices I heard, sure as eggs is eggs. Unfortunately, we have no way of verifying when these voices were recorded. It's possible they have nothing to do with the murder. If only there was something accompanying video footage. We know the victim was holding that thing, right? So it's gotta be from when she got got. We need, and again, she seems to be stepping in to help. Miss Gavel, I think we all know the voices are from the moment of the murder. Consider for a moment the words we heard one of the speakers say. I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. I believe we have something that could explain what those words were referring to and how it's all related.
Take that!
The coroner's preliminary findings, how do they prove anything?
Take that!
Just. I could get on the words we heard. The part in particular sticks out in my mind. You can't hide that burn from me. The victim had a prominent burn mark on the back of their right hand. And what of it? According to case testimony, the victim was carrying the stuffed cow toy. A burn mark, an identifying mark unique to the victim, was mentioned in the recording it captured. So that happens all the time, right? I'm not so sure that it does, especially not in this case. Reporter said that the recording may be from the time of the murder, in which case one of the two voices must belong to the real culprit. And based on the content of the conversation, it seems like it's the one we hear the most. Lester doesn't tell us anything about the killer's true identity, or even if they're male or female. Due to the voice change is correct, unfortunate, but unavailable. One thing, however, has become clear. We are now able to say that the voices Miss Hart heard were those of Miss Ringer and her killer. Those the guy Dunn told you they was. You can say something else now, too. Then let's hear it. That is, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman. Do as you wish. According to Miss Hart, just before the murder occurred, two people came up to the storeroom from the committee chamber in the elevator. The leader and one of the auction attendees. It seemed like this was the point at which the money was exchanged hands. The murder happened immediately afterward, and the action carried on after that, all of which points to one key fact. What else does this evaluation tell us? Since the ringleader was the auction's sole actioner, then it follows that they cannot be the victim. Now Eustace, there's a good boy. And if they weren't the victim, then they could only have been the killer. a compelling argument, but wholly conclusive. I am fully aware of that, Your Honor. I was merely warming up to the main event. There were certain traces left at the scene that seemed to suggest the ringleader was the killer. Then please hurry up and show us. What is something that was placed on the scene that points to the ringleader have been the killer?
Take that!
Oh. Damn it. I mean, that does work. It's something that they would have wanted to hide, and even though it says that.
Take that!
What? It's not that? What? What could have been left at the scene of the crime?
Take that!
Uh-oh. Or something placed on the scene that points to the thing have been the killer. It was a killer, that's something they would have wanted to hide. And it presented evidence of just that high. Oh, I'm locked in. Oh, fuck. I'm fucked. The winning was the killer. There's something they would have needed to hide when they came into the thing. And you present piece of evidence that suggests that. What was something that placed on the scene? The bounce with it. Bounces. It points to.
Take that!
Oh. Fuck me. Well, it's over. Second game over of the game, which is not that bad.
Take that!
What? It's not that. Okay. What's presented at the scene of the crime? Not that, not that. Not that. Oh.
Take that! Take
It
that!
is this. What? How is it not the clothes? Who does it put? What is something that was placed in the scene that points to the ring that has been the killer? It's not the clothes. I mean, it's not the magenta things. It's not the clothes.
Take that!
It's not the kind of lava. It's not the murder, quote unquote, murder weapon. It's not actually the murder weapon. Kind of the murder weapon, though, still. It's in the place of the scene that was.
Take that!
Good, deliberately left a large pool of blood at the foot of the guard statue. just assassinate was done, so the blood was originally thought to be murder happened in the chamber, but it was simply a ruse designed to cover up the blood that dripped down from the storeroom. Yeah, but it doesn't prove that the ringleader could have done it. It could have been someone else, another auctioneer, that didn't want the storeroom to be figured out because that could have been fired on them. Or to conceal the existence of the underground auction, correct? Correct. The culprit had nothing to do with the auction. They had no reason to cover up their blood, which further supports the theory that the ringleader and the killer were one and the same. Well, it could also be an auctioneer, that's why they picked that. As well, they didn't need the ringleader. Do you have anyone like the name? Auction is always held in the committee chamber with its storeroom located just overhead. At the very least, we know the murder certainly has some connection to the committee. This is what me, correct? As the committee's most powerful member, that should hardly surprise.
Objection.
Oh, you called me a prosecutor. Thank you. I don't. Yep. Just remember something, huh? No, just came to me. A flash of inspiration, you know how it is. Very well, say your piece. What are you doing, Verity? Mr. Edgeworth has made it clear he won't give up until the very last lick of hope has been extinguished. To extinguish we must, lest he try to drag us through this excruciating process again in the future. Don't worry, Dad. I hope Gambit bring this to a winning finish. We'll show them how wrong they were. If you be so kind. Well, alright then. Here goes nothing. Facts, Miss Hart, and nothing but the facts, please. Okay. So Ringleader's the killer, right? Which makes the victim one of them auction goers. Thing is, that doesn't add up. I counted 11 people coming down that hatch, see? Then the murder happened and the auction started back up again. That had me look back downstairs right after that. And when you know it, there were 11 little duckies all lined up in a row again. And you're sure of this? Sure as can be, your gavelship saw him with her own two peepers. 11 before the murder and 11 again right after means, wait, that's the thingy. Contradiction, Eustace. Do try to keep up. His heart, did nothing really change at all? I done told you already, they carried right on again like nothing even happened. Except for it wasn't nothing much, but what is it? The little mallet doodad. You can't have yourself an action without one. Kind of look like the old Missy over there got, but different. The auctioneer's hammer? That's the money. I just heard that thing banging and clanging right the way through, and then nothing just like that. The noise of the hammer stopped midway through. Could it have been something to do with the murder? If what Miss Hart is telling us is true, we have something of a problem. Namely, if the victim is neither the auctioneer nor one of the attendees. Your entire theory cannot stand, Mr. Edgeworth. There must be something we're overlooking, something we don't have an explanation for. We finally have all our answers now. It was so nice, but you didn't make it on. One moment, sir. Well, there's still might be early to pass judgment. After all, we have one more matter yet to resolve. Until we do, we cannot claim complete and total victory over Mr. Edgeworth. Is that not so, Mr. Edgeworth? Frankly, I expected you to have raised your voice by now. A loud holder, perhaps. Well, yes, of course. get this over with, shall we? What is this one matter which still remains? Why the contradiction in the coroner's report, sir? That's, I'm back with the witnesses, Your Honor. What's this all about? Why do you need us back down here? Somebody suddenly fall ill. I'll have a compressed ready in 2 takes of it. This better be good or something else. Did somebody else drop dead? Well, they might soon wish they had. Quit trying to butter me up and cut to the chase, will ya? This court asks that you provide the unabridged truth regarding the following. Do you stand by your preliminary findings? Can you vouch for the complete and total accuracy? An error was indeed found in her report. So ask again for the truth, Dr. Hertz. Did you alter, tamper with, or in any way falsify your findings? To help the true culprit, of course. And that seems doubly strange. What other explanation would there be for a discrepancy in your report? Mr. Edgeworth, I wonder if you might have any thoughts on the matter. That looks like you to be coy, I must say. If everything was recorded accurately and then handed off to Mr. Winner according to protocol, the report shouldn't contain any mistakes. I guess we'll see, won't we? Dr. Hertz, perhaps you could begin with your side of the story. I'll be the judge of what's pointless. Thank you very much. Now, well. She gets to go on be on the committee.
Objection!
Your opinions are not necessary, Nurse. Neither your grandmother is the subject of this inquiry, not you. Stop hitting your grandchild. You touch it like eggs. My damn, but always says what you just said, don't it? No, it does not. The report states that the head injury appears to have been sustained post-mortem, which is the exact opposite of what I just said. What happened after that, it wanted nothing to do with me. You dictated it? If you could please tell me more. I diligently dictated the report to Florent. Anything after that, it had nothing to do with me.
Hold it!
You can say for certain that was a knock when that knock happened. Mortem, of course, chest wound happened after the poor girl died. For Florence that, and she ordered right down. That's what it says right there in my deck report. Dr. Hertz. I'd like you to take a look at that report for yourself. I'll read it too. This ain't what I said. This ain't what I said at all. What do you mean exactly? I don't know. But I can't say that. Miss Nita, if you attempted to bury Dr. Hertz's truth, I would gladly hear her confession myself on behalf of the goddess of judgment. But I see. Very well. Allow me to relay everyone what you just told me. Ain't no doubt what I just said. I did it in my findings to Florence, just like I told you I did. The photo-headed young thing must have wrote it down wrong or something. Yes, in some way there was an error in the report, and it was all because of you, Miss Nita. The question now, Miss Nita, is why did you introduce such an error? It seemed to me that she just made a little mistake. Pre-mortem, post-mortem, they're practically... No, they're... Oh, pre-mortem. They're two complete opposite things. That was deliberate, no doubt about it. Why would she want to change it? Exactly, no. Don't get over that easily. Explain yourself, young lady. But Grandma... It's been a falsified report, and act that led to Kay being accused of murder. Yours explanation. Has nothing to do with anything. She simply made one mistake. You like that, wouldn't you? Because the only person her testimony would hurt is you. What do you mean, my boy? Seeing as you're now a de facto ex-prosecutor, you're gonna need to explain yourself better than that. I'd be happy to. I'll even spell it out for you. You see, this bonus crime was very simple because Miss Neela doctored the report in order to cover for her accomplice. Because, and it makes sense, think about this for a second, she's like, oh, we found Kay, and then he later on was like, oh, we confirmed, yeah, that we found Kay in the storeroom or whatever. And it's like, okay, if you confirmed that you found Kay in the storeroom, and she's like, oh, we found Kay, and it wasn't even about to then you know what the situation's like. This innocent young thing, do share your grounds for making such a wild accusation, my dear boy. But it could have been committed by one person working on their own. At least two people, it wouldn't have been able to possible to. The auctioneer was the murderer and the victim was one of the attendees. The fact that the witness testified to there being 11 attendees even after the murder doesn't make sense. That's not what I meant. In fact, it's quite the opposite. I'm taking you at your word, which means there must be a co-conspirator. I've got horrible purposes that you must have to accept that you are wrong. I wasn't wrong, I just had to consider the possibility of the killer having an accomplice. As soon as we do, things start to fall into place. If the killer's accomplice returned to the auction room in place of the victim, it wouldn't need to have been 11 attendees. There would have been 11 attendees both before and after the murder. I don't imagine that Nurse Neela looks strikingly different than the victim in both build and stature. That with a mask, she could have easily have been replaced in mystery without anybody noticing. Well, Nurse Neela, is that what happened? Did you take the victim's plates at the auction? Now tell us, the ringleader, who were they? Listen to Grandma. Listen to the Grandma, even though she was an asshole before. So you meant that you were working with the ringleader. See, pretty sure it was gonna happen that night, so they made a counter plan. Let's strike first and wanted me to help them. She's gonna accuse Kay. Even if it didn't be auction, I would have bumped right into you.
Objection!
I think we're all aware of the number of potential hiding places in that storeroom. Noticing I hid here while she was waiting for the storeroom.
Take that!
She hid inside this closed box. But like I told you, it had been changed around it. I wanted to hide in there myself, really, but it was locked up tight, so I had to go somewhere else. Because she was already in there. Climb in and wait until I turn for part of the plan, and then they wrapped the whole box up in chains. Yes. Yes. Body into the box. I was going to pretend to be Miss Ringer. Where are the clothes coming in? Why would they? The other auctioneers had no reason to notice it was Medusa entered because Miss Ringer knows neither about the same build. What's more, the auction rules require attendees to wear their mask at all times. If you're wearing the same clothes, nobody would have been any wiser. And left the poor child in her smalls. Ever knew a spat girl? I'll put that raincoat on her. Must have been then, it must make sense. You were there hiding there the whole time? Damn. What was the loud noise? Wait, what? Once the auction started, what exactly were you doing? Shouldn't have been. The victim had vacated the box in the meantime. Touched up by seeing Miss Ringer falling motionless in front of her that she wouldn't have seen the open hatch and fallen right through it. By the time Miss Nina found Kay, you already found sound asleep inside the statue. I think I could grasp what occurred up to this point now. But putting the raincoat in Miss Ringer was my own idea, so I tried to get rid of it before they could find what I had done. But for one thing, I did see a little strange, I guess. When I was borrowing Miss Ringer's clothes, everything I could, but I couldn't take her hair, obviously, so. My hair was totally different, the style, the length, everything. I kind of panicked. But then I thought of everything, including wigs. 2 of them, in fact. There's a straight one and a wavy one. They're both stashed in the clothes box. That's everything you hold. There's nothing else you're forgetting. So you don't know who the ringleader is. All right. What? How does it not prove that Kay is the ringleader? Because she... That's dumb as shit. She's seen the ringleader. She saw the ringleader. And then she saw Kay.
Objection!
You mad? You mad, Francisca? You mad at me abandoning you? I thought it was supposed to subordinate, isn't it? It's not 2 B's, is it? Oh, Francisca. Just a few minutes. Oh. Yeah, I knew she was gonna whip him. But the blunt object resembling a circular surface. Lines in the chest are actually inflicted post-mortem.
Objection!
2 trusted medical professionals reached the same conclusion independently. You can ask for more.
Objection!
Of what? I'm the prosecutor in charge of Interpol's investigation of the underground auction, and this matter occurred during that auction. It would be negligent for me not to pursue leads pertaining to related parties. Yeah, get fucked. Interpol's involved now, bitch. The victim died from a blow to the head. It's the gavel. And yep, You don't need to give the setting and the auctioneer's tools, and the answer should be obvious. What could an auctioneer have readily at hand? An auctioneer's hammer, of course. The auctioneer was indeed the killer. It does seem a likely candidate for the murder weapon. Without the evidence to support your theory, it means nothing more than that. With just the evidence you need right here. There's evidence strongly suggests that the auctioneer's hammer was the murder weapon. What piece of fucking evidence do I have? Ooh, I gotta go to the bathroom. Holy shit. Okay, what piece of evidence strongly used for the weapon? White gloves, a mask. Auctioneer, but the sound of auctioneer's hammer could no longer be heard.
Take that!
Miss Hart told us something very important about the auction after the murder occurred. Said that the very prominent sound of the auctioneer's hammer could no longer be heard. And why would that be? I'll tell you why. Because it had just been used in a murder and was covered in the victim's blood. It would need to be disposed of, isn't that right? Chairman winner. You can't dedicate yourself to a cause when you're young. When can you, Search for the murder weapon will be conducted. In the meantime, this court is in recess. Oh my god. Oh, thank god. Okay, whew. Alright, we're stopping here. Okay. Okay. I'm not sure how much I have left in this case. Probably not that much. But it is way past where I thought I was. Well, no, so to be fair, 6 to 11 is not that bad. I thought I was going to be doing this from 6 or like 10 or something. But holy shit. They did not give me enough to be continuous in this game. Huh. They did not give me that many stop points. So we are 100% going to finish this though tomorrow. It may even be a short stream depending on how it is. I don't expect it to be longer than 2 hours. But anyhow, we're going to find someone to raid. In the meantime, put the music back on. Switch back over to here. So my friends are even live this late. It's like 11 p.m. my time. There's no one who I think I probably. Maybe if I want nighttime people. Can't think of somebody. I may just end stream possibly. Anyhow, yeah, I'll probably end up doing that. Thank you all for coming anyhow. Did I save this fight? I think I did. And before I finish this, let me put this into sleep mode. But yeah, thank you all for coming. I will see you all tomorrow for some more Ace Attorney. We're gonna finish it all off, and then we have a break on Wednesday, and then Thursday we start Arkham Origins, which I've already played through a good amount of it, not a lot, but not like a shit ton, but like maybe a good like 20%, 30 or 40% of it when I first was playing it years ago. And I'm gonna restart it for the holidays, since it's set on Christmas Eve or Christmas Day. I think it's Christmas Eve. And what else was there? Oh, and then on Saturday we will finish Portal 2, because I am very close to beating that as well. Hot damn. Anyway, thank you all for coming, and bye. I'll switch to another scene and play myself out.